all to The Hague first.
Hey, Sandra. Last year we were also hosts, and 3 times in a row seems quite a lot. So I pass it on to Berlin. Hey, Sandra. Last year we were also hosts.
Thanks, Auke. But as you know, 2014 already we were in Berlin, and we all know where we want to go next year, which is to Italy, to Trieste. Thanks, Auke. But as you know, 2014 already we were in Berlin, and we all know where we want to go next year, which is to Italy, to Trieste.
And now we have the ball. So we really look forward to meeting you in Trieste in 2021.
Thomas, where are we?
Are we not in Trieste? Oh no.
No.
This looks almost like the football stadium in Zurich. But it's actually maybe an amphitheater in Verona. At least we seem to be in Italy.
That's why we wanted to go to Italy.
Yeah, but we wanted to go to Trieste, not to Verona.
Oh. Mr. Roberto, nice to see you. Can we see your director, please, Mr. Abdolkar? Mr. Abdolkar?
No, Dabholkar.
Mr. Abdolkar.
No, not Abdolkar, Dabholkar.
Dabholkar. Apologies, something went totally wrong. You invited us for the second time to Trieste, but we didn't find our way. I'm really sorry for misspelling your name and not making it to the right place again. So what are we going to do with this?
Well, I would say welcome to EuroDIG 2021. I wish you were all here. As you can see, we have really wonderful weather. I think somebody has their, can the Studio Trieste turn it off? Their audio, there is a feedback.
But we can hear you very well.
But there is a feedback coming from, I think if you can turn your audio off, mute yourself. Okay.
Just continue, Mr.
Okay.
Dabholkar.
Yeah, I think, please mute. Anyway, thank you for coming to the EuroDIG 2021. I really hope that this is actually the second time in a row that we are hosting this virtually. And I hope to be able to meet you all in person in 2022. This year, pandemic, actually, we have become particularly aware, and we have learned that the internet is not only essential for our personal lives, but also it's a key to our professional life, as we are seeing now. We are all on Zoom. Most of us have been in touch with colleagues all around the planet, thanks to an efficient and open internet. And therefore, I think internet governance is particularly important for the academic community if we want to achieve truly open science. And this is really fundamental to the mission of ICTP. I think that's better. I think you have switched off, somebody has switched off their video. Okay, now it's much better. Now again, it's on. Yeah, very good. So if you want to achieve really truly open science, open internet is a precondition. And the principle of open science is an ambitious principle based on the availability of accessible internet connectivity, and to make sure that, and this kind of connectivity can be sustained with good governance. So I think the topic of EuroDIG is particularly has become even more relevant given the pandemic. As a scientist, actually, I looked at the program. It looks all very interesting. I particularly look forward to the session on benefits and challenges for unleashing the potential of quantum technologies. I think it's another half an hour. ICTP has been a key player in the field of information theory and quantum information research. In 2019, ICTP created the Trieste Institute for the Theory of Quantum Technologies. We call it TQT. It's an international center of excellence promoting research in the field of quantum technologies and a catalyst for theoretical activities, not only in Italy, but also in neighboring as well as in developing countries. So it's related to computation and internet, because by 2030, the European Union is expected to have created quantum safe networks for connecting all countries in Europe. So I think this session is of particular interest to me. And this is, of course, raises challenges from infrastructure point of view or algorithmic point of view, or even from legal perspectives, which require new theoretical framework and robust technical development. So I think it's a very timely topic for the discussion at the current EuroDIG. So as I said, we have a really wonderful weather here. I wish you could actually come here and maybe go for a swim in the Adriatico. We are just across the ocean. And in the meantime, I wish you a successful EuroDIG 2021. And I look forward to the 2022 edition in person. Thank you very much. You are still muted. You are muted. We cannot hear you. You are muted. Studio Trieste, you are muted. We cannot hear you.
A football game, and we will go through all the cities and the countrysides this time with EuroDIG, like the football championship. So we have our friends in Belgrade that also have a studio. If we manage, if technology allows, we would then connect to Belgrade. Belgrade, can you hear us?
Hi, Thomas. Hi, Sandra.
Hi.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Good to see you.
Yes, good to see you too also. Unfortunately, we are not in a football championship European, but we have another competition, which is female basketball, in which we just got a gold medal this couple of weeks. So yeah, we will still be there with you discussing football, but we are a basketball nation. Again, hi from studio in Belgrade. As you know, one of the tracks of EuroDIG will be here from Belgrade. I'm here in Serbia National Internet Domain Registry. And of course, I'm Arvin Kamberi from Diplo, and alongside the Geneva Internet Platform, we will help facilitate one track in Belgrade.
As always, Geneva Internet Platform and Diplo are there to help. So thanks a lot.
And Arvin, nice to see you. I know women play a big role in your country, and I heard that you invited your telecom minister. Is that true?
That is true, Sandra, and of course they reply, and we will hear from a minister.
It is a pleasure on behalf of the Republic of Serbia, opening of the 14th European Dialogue on Internet Governance, EuroDIG. It is exactly 10 years these days since Serbia was a proud host of the 4th edition of EuroDIG. More than 500 foreign and domestic delegates in Sava Center in Belgrade participated discussing digital literacy and skills, combating cybercrime and ensuring safety, freedom of expression online, future of media, privacy, anonymity and identity, and overall the European and national priorities for internet governance. Fast forward to 2021, those issues remain pertinent and high on the EuroDIG agenda. Yet many discussions have matured and were followed by various policies and regulatory initiatives across Europe. Some new topics have emerged that we should put particular focus on, including the role that the internet plays during and after the COVID-19 pandemic, regulation of digital services and content moderation, cybersecurity principles and standards, challenges of quantum technologies, and IA and the link between smart cities, environment, rights, and the economic growth. Tough issues. Let me briefly reflect on one topic, which I found especially relevant: the challenges that the youth face and their role in shaping our better cyber future. As our societies get increasingly digital, young people face a range of risks, from bullying, objectionable content, and sexual abuse to addiction and health issues. Serbia adopted the regulation for children's safety in informational and communicational technologies. And we have formed the National Center for Children's Safety Online as a center for prevention, education, and reporting of cases of endangered children on internet. This area is also regulated by the Law on Information Security. Serbia recognizes that for digitalization to bring social and economic benefits to all, we must also develop a well-thought, truthfully discussed digital policy environment based on inputs of all stakeholders. This is why Belgrade is again among the hosts of EuroDIG, only virtually this year, unfortunately, together with Bruges and Trieste. It is a great honor for Serbia to stand together in this endeavor with partners like the European Commission, Council of Europe, ICANN, European Broadcasting Union, and certainly the Serbian National Internet Domain Registry, Diplo Foundation, and the Internet Society that are behind the Belgrade studio this year. It is also my pleasure to announce that Serbia is coming back to the map of European countries which have their National Internet Governance Forum, IGF. We have been among the first countries in the world to organize national multi-stakeholder consultation on internet governance soon after the United Nations started the global IGF in 2006 in Athens. After some years of inactivity, the Serbian National Multi-Stakeholder IGF will again take place as envisaged in the new National Strategy on Information Society. With hopes that Serbia will soon again be able to host you physically and allow you to feel the vibrancy of our society and beauty of our nature, I wish you a fruitful work and discussions in our virtual Belgrade studio as well as throughout EuroDIG. All the best.
Thank you, Minister. We heard from Tatjana Matić, Minister of Tourism, Trade and Telecommunication of Republic of Serbia. And as you heard, Sandra and Thomas, we even announced that a new national regional initiative in a new national IGF initiative in Serbia. So with this, we wish you a great start of the EuroDIG.
Thank you, Arvin. And we can just congratulate you that you continue with your national IGF. I know you had one a couple of years ago. It was quite successful. And I'm pretty sure you will be a benchmark. We set a benchmark again in this regard. So we wish you also good luck for the sessions that you are hosting today. And let's connect to our third studio, which is based in Bruges this year. Nadja, nice to see you.
Good morning from Studio Bruges, which is hosted by the United Nations University Institute on Comparative Regional Integration Studies.
Okay, so I see you changed place from The Hague to Bruges.
I have. It's very good to be here. I'm very happy and welcome you here to Bruges.
Good. I also understood that you have invited someone as a keynote speaker to your studio, which will open the day for us.
The director of the United Nations University, Chris, Philippe de Lombard, has joined our call, so we hope that he's unmuting himself so he can start his keynote.
Well, indeed, good morning to all of you, and thank you very much for inviting me. It looks as if I'm talking to you from cyberspace, but I'm actually sitting in Bruges. So UNICRIS is very happy to host this Bruges studio, and I would like to thank Nadia very much for the initiative that she has taken, and Nadia together with her team, and doing this great job. So anticipated congratulations already to the team. Just 2 words about UNICRIS. UNICRIS is part of the United Nations University. It's one of the institutes of United Nations University, which in turn is part of the United Nations family. It is, if you wish, the think tank of the United Nations. It's an academic space created within the UN system to think, to do research about, let's say, the pressing problems that humanity is faced with. We are not operating as a traditional university. We are not organized by disciplines, but we typically do interdisciplinary work on a number of areas, a number of, let's say, governance challenges that we are faced with. And as, let's say, the UN system as a whole, sustainable development is let's say, the central concept which is guiding our work. There are about 15 institutes worldwide. The one in Bruges, and that is where the studio is based, is focusing on regional governance, regional cooperation, regional integration, and I would say beyond regional governance, it is about multi-level governance and how regions, be it supranational regions and subnational regions, interact with the national governance levels and with the global level. We have organized our work around the concept of regional public goods, and we are looking at how regions can contribute to designing and implementing policies in a number of areas. We do work on migration, trade, security, health, the environment, and so on. But since a few years, we have also been organizing work on digital governance, understanding that the digital transformation is indeed a cross-cutting phenomenon which challenges many aspects of our societies and which challenges policy making in many areas. We have organized the cluster, and Nadia, who is chairing this Bruges studio, is part of this together with Professors Jamal Shaheen, Trisha Meyer, and others. Recently, we have also launched a chair in digital sovereignty with support from Microsoft. So we are developing activities in this area, and you are very much invited to have a look at our website if you are interested in what we are doing. But we are very happy to connect with EuroDIG, and because we are very much convinced that these multi-stakeholder conversations about how to regulate, how to govern cyberspace are extremely important. And this is not something you can organize at the national level or at the local level. You necessarily need a conversation which involves different levels of governance and also different types of actors. We are struggling with finding, let's say, the right balance between the public sphere, the private sphere, the national sphere, the international sphere, the transnational sphere. So this is at the core of all these debates on on digital governance. So we are very happy to be part of this, and EuroDIG, I think, plays an important role in this, also to hear the voice of especially the young people, and not only to create, let's say, our own environment in which we want to develop these technologies, but especially to formulate positions which are then enter wider conversations at the global level. So the conclusions from your debates, your conversations over the coming days will then be inputs. And will feed into the global forum on internet governance, which will be held later this year in December in Katowice. So I think this is very important that we establish these links between the different fora, and this is exactly what you are doing. So thanks again for the initiative, and so we are very happy to be the host, and we wish you a very fruitful debate. I've seen the program, and that looks very promising. So all the best, and greetings from Bruges. Over to you again.
Thank you, Bruges, for another historic moment, for connecting us for the first time in history of mankind to a UN university in outer space. This is after last night's outer space football game, another historic moment that we are happy to share with you. I will now leave you in the able hands of Sandra. She will continue to gather. I will go to the Gather Town, another experiment that we are using this year at EuroDIG, because we think we need to move forward. So I will go there and try and find people to get them into the Zoom rooms. So enjoy the sessions, enjoy Sandra, enjoy the amphitheater, enjoy your place wherever you are. See you soon.
See you soon, Thomas. Well, let me just, because we still have 5 minutes until the official start of the session, and I know that at least some of the key participants log into the sessions directly, so let's give them a chance to connect in the next 5 minutes. And I will ask the studios to check if the streaming is on, if co-hosting rights are assigned to the respective speakers. And I would like to make participants aware of a new session format, which is the format of a focus session. And this is kind of an experiment this year that we are trying to do. It was born out of the necessity that we have to deal with conditions under a pandemic. And our aim was that we are not going to spend too much time in closed rooms. Therefore, we made workshops only 60 minutes. And the focus session, which is a threefold session, is 45 minutes with a 15 minutes break in between. Now, we didn't make it to Trieste, as you know, but we thought we keep that format, which is kind of a subsidiary for what we usually knew as a plenary. And plenary were sometimes a little bit challenging in terms of that they are one-dimensional, are not very interactive. And since we have the dialogue in our name, we keep the exchange very high and very high on the agenda. So we will try with this focus session to achieve both, to give high-profile speakers the opportunity to deliver input. But then we would like to discuss in breakout sessions what the input was about, where were divergences, where was agreement. And then we have an output part, and this output part is in particular important for our messages. You know, after the EuroDIG event, we will formulate sessions, messages from all sessions, and these will be distributed among policy-making institutions and to the global IGF as well, transporting what has been discussed at EuroDIG. All focus sessions will take place in Studio Bruges, and all other workshops will take place in Studio Trieste and in Studio Belgrade. Please be aware that the breaks this time are not carved in stone. We would like to organize this EuroDIG as much flexible as possible. That's one of the reasons why we also set up this gather town, the EuroDIG gather town, where people have an opportunity to meet randomly, because I think this is what we all miss the most. These side discussions at the corridor, and that you bump into people that you haven't seen for a while, and which you just have a side conversation that gives you new ideas, that creates creativity. I think this is what we are all missing. We are aware that we cannot achieve this with a virtual meeting, but we try our best. So if you feel after a session you would like to continue your discussion in the Zoom room, please feel free to eat a little bit into the break, or find your tiny little space in the EuroDIG gather town. In this gather town, you also will find sound pots, usually these places where you have 2 chairs or a bench, and there you can also have a private conversation. And this is also like in a normal setting. Usually when you want to have a in-depth discussion in a conference center, you go into a seating area and you can have a discussion in an undisturbed way. And then something important I would like to make you aware of, in order to give us a little bit of pleasure in the evening for all those who are not interested in football so much. We have invited a Magier and Mentalist tonight, and you will be able to follow his show in the amphitheater, where I'm basically are. You see at the moment it's empty, but in the evening I hope to see many of you in amphitheater. You find your way in Gather Town, and be prepared that this is going to be an interactive show. And with your email, with your registration details, you got something to print out, and have that ready, print that out, because this person will talk to you. So he will call on you. So don't be shy, switch on your camera and enjoy this day, and also enjoy the program in the evening. And with this, I hand over to all studios and wish you a very successful and pleasant day, and we will reconnect in one of the breaks.
Thank you very much, Sandra. Good morning and welcome. My name is
Hi, I don't know if you hear us, but we do not hear you. There is no sound. No.
It's a problem. I communicated with the others. We seem to have a problem.
Okay.
We cannot hear you.
He cannot hear us, I think.
Probably,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
we can hear each other.
Okay, let's, since we can all hear each other, I would propose to start the session. Just a second. So, good morning. We are here in Studio Trieste, and let's start with the first workshop. And let me just say a couple of introductory words. And so the workshop is about quantum technology, and the moderator is Professor Rosario Fazio, to whom I will give the floor in just a minute after having reminded some of the rules that we have for the session. Please enter with your full name. To ask a question, raise hands using the Zoom function. You will be unmuted when the floor is given to you. When speaking, switch on the video, state your name and affiliation. Chat will not be stored or published. Do not share links to the Zoom meetings, not even with your colleagues. So, this said, let me give the floor to Professor Rosario Fazio, that will be the moderator of this session.
So, thank you very much. So good morning, everybody. So I'm a scientist at International Center for Theoretical Physics in Trieste, and I will be a moderator for this session. So it's a great pleasure for me to welcome the three key participants, which will be the seed for the discussion today about quantum technologies. It is Dimitris Angelakis from Singapore, Sabrina Maniscalco from Helsinki, and Massimo Palma from Palermo. I think it's, so they have many interesting things to say, so I will reduce my contribution to the minimum. Only a few things. So first of all, something like 40 years or 35 years ago, I mean, the whole discussion about quantum entanglement, superposition, all this stuff was just relegated to this, I mean, things related to fundamentals of quantum mechanics. So it was considered kind of, even within physics, basic science, sorry, it was considered kind of an exotic subject, probably more close to philosophy. And now, after a few decades, we are discussing about how to do new technologies with all these effects. We are talking about quantum information protocols, that essentially how to do manipulation of information, that is communication, computation, whatever, by not using classical bits, but just quantum two-level systems. By using these quantum two-level systems, essentially the whole paradigm changes, new rules will apply, and these new rules offer new possibilities. And today we will get the point of view of Dimitris, Sabrina, and Massimo on some of the aspects which are making many people enthusiastic about quantum information processing. So I would propose to go, I mean, given also the topic they want to touch, to go first Dimitris, then Sabrina, then Massimo, and the third speaker, Sabrina, and then we have some discussion. So Dimitris, I think you can, if you want to share the screen, then we can start. Thank you.
Yeah, ready. I just hope we are not talking in parallel with the other guys at Leipzig outside, so you don't hear two voices. But
I actually was continuing to talk, and I felt a bit sorry about this.
It's a quantum session, so maybe that's what is expected.
Okay.
So quantum superpositions. So thanks a lot, Sarah. Thanks for the invitation, and thanks for. Glad to be here. You can see my screen, I assume.
Yes.
So I I'll give a brief introduction in layman's terms about this, my take on all this quantum schmantum things in a sense. A couple of words about me. I'm a quantum scientist here in Singapore, but I also have a professorship back home in Crete, which I come from in the Technical University of Crete. I've done my PhD in England, in Imperial College, spent some time in Cambridge, and now split my time between these two islands, Singapore and Crete. So let's go back. The idea was to give a very introductory talk, so I will ask to the forgiveness of my specialist scholars here. This is going to go very like at the zeroth level, starting from the very notion of a bit and a quantum bit. When we talk about bits in classical information theory, we think about 0 and 1s. Now, I would like the audience to think in terms of, let's say we have an atom now, and as long as it has two different states, in this case could be an electron circulating in a certain orbit or in another orbit, then I can make also a bit of information and store it in this sense. If I have 3 atoms with 3 electrons in these orbits, I can store this number. However, quantum mechanics tells us that we can actually have superpositions. We can actually have things in 2 different physical states at the same time. And this is a very kind of artistic interpretation of how you could imagine the 0 plus 1 in the terms of information theory. Of course, this is not really what's happening in nature. Quantum superpositions exist, and many, many experiments have proved that the last 110 years. Now, what I would like us to think for a moment is, let's take these superpositions now and let's think of them in terms of information and computation. You can see in a very kind of rough way that you can have, with 3 bits of information, you could in principle store 8 numbers, 2 to the 3. Of course, there is more to it here, but what I would like to point out at this point is that if we try to keep track of all these numbers in a classical computer, as we put in more and more quantum bits here in this atomic picture, very, very, very fast, you run out of memory and you run out of possibilities for classical computers. With 5 qubits, you will have roughly 2 to the n, which is 32 states. 9, you have 5, 12. 35, you have 10 to the 10th. It will take you roughly 4 gigabytes of RAM to store it. 50, you start reaching the limit of classical supercomputers, which they operate at petabytes of memory. And 300 is more, you need more bits than atoms in the universe, basically. So this is obviously impossible to keep track. And that's what kind of caused, this is one of the 2 reasons that caused the generation of the field, basically almost 40 years ago, that quantum systems are just very, very hard to simulate with classical computers. Another reason is that classical computers are getting slower and slower because we are reaching what's called the quantum limit in terms of our fabrication abilities. Most of us in the audience might recognize these early computers here, Intel 486, younger guys, maybe, or students, if they're seeing this, they might be able to recognize more recent machines. But the point is, we're really reaching the limit that we cannot get the minimal connections at the microchip levels less than a few nanometers. It's just too noisy, and quantum effects are very, very important at that level. However, this is what causes the problem, but also the solution at the same time, and that's what Feynman grasped, to go back 40 years ago, and he said, nature isn't classical, damn it, and if you want to make a simulation of nature, you better make it quantum mechanical, and by God, it's a wonderful problem because it doesn't look so easy. So he was really one of the first guys to really grasp these 2 things, especially the hardness of classical computation of quantum systems in classical computers. There was a famous workshop as well in MIT, a conference exactly 40 years ago. Feynman is here at the back standing, and a few other fathers of the field, including Charlie Bender from IBM, and many others were here. So this is what kind of quite a few people in the community consider as a milestone. And it's very interesting what happened the last 40 years, and I'll try to give you a little bit of a feeling about that. So what we have now that we didn't have 40 years ago is that we have the technology to go inside matter and manipulate particles at the individual one by one level. This is really the key that brought the field from the more theoretical fundamental aspects in the 80s and 90s to what we call now quantum technology for computing, sensing, and communication, where these exotic notions of entanglement and superposition play a vital role. Where we are now, 40 years later, we do have machines. I'll talk a little bit more about the computing parts. My colleagues probably will talk about communication as well, and others. We do have machines that can outperform classical computers, but in no practical applications, in what I call mathematical useless tasks, but quite exciting results. One result I would like to mention is a recent result by Google that you might have heard of back in 2019. They managed to fabricate 53 operational qubits in a superconducting chip. I'll talk a little bit about the technology later on. And they ran what is named with technical terms a random circuit, and basically they did what's known as a sampling problem. It's a mathematical problem. However, it would take many years, if not 10,000 years, definitely many years to do in a classical machine. This is a fact. This is an experiment that has proved that quantum computers actually exist and they can do something that classical computers cannot do. However, not for practical applications yet. As you can imagine, there's a big race globally about that. Just sorry, this is 2020, this is spending here, last year, and we're not in the future yet. A group of Chinese colleagues in China, led by Jiang Wenpan in UCSD, they demonstrated a similar kind of result, but using a very different technology based on photons. What I want to highlight here is that these kind of applications are possible because a lot of basic science, a lot of important results due to support and excellent people working in the field, the last 20 years have allowed us to do this I would say transient motion from fundamental physics to applications now. And that's what we call quantum hardware. This is what was experimental quantum optics and quantum physics the last 20 years, including many Nobel Prizes. Just indicatively, I mentioned two here, in ion traps, which is one of the leading quantum hardware providers, and also in light matter interactions in cavity QED by Dave Wineland and Serge Harros. One American and one European here. What can you do with these quantum machines? There are many applications. The first one that kind of was mentioned 20 years ago by Peter Shor is breaking RSA encryption, and that connects to our theme as well, breaking communications over the secure communications over the internet. Peter Shor proved that if you had a large enough quantum computer with, let's say, 2,000 or 4,000 roughly quantum bits, you would be able to break this 1,024 keys, bits keys that is used, now they are 2048, based on this RSA protocol, which I don't have time to go into details, but that's what we're using these days to communicate. Of course, this generated a big interest in the field, and that was the key to basically make quantum science and technology what it is today. This is not where we are. I want to highlight that this is definitely not at the moment possible with hardware. We have 50 or around 60 operational qubits these days. You will need 4,000 fully controllable qubits. However, the way hardware is being evolving, if you have data that you want to protect for at least 5-10 years, then you better act now, because it can happen. And I'm sure that many governments and many institutions, private and public ones, do have secrets. Everybody has secrets. So what can we do with near-term devices before we break RSA? There are many different suggestions. the main axis, according to my viewpoint at least, my personal opinion, is around optimization problems for applications in logistics, in banking, financial portfolios, shipping delivery routes. There is a lot of work happening at chemistry and material simulations, and of course, quantum machine learning, and we'll hear more later on by Massimo, I think. So one slide on chemistry. What we hope to be able to achieve with chemistry is to really simulate with higher precision the hard problems which have to do with quantum correlated and entanglement properties at the atomic scale. If we can do that, then we can actually have drug design, for example, happening faster. We could simulate hopefully small proteins and then slowly venture into biology. This is kind of a vision and the map. We are roughly at, let's say, around 100 qubits now. Demonstrations by leading experimental groups in quantum hardware, as the name now, have basically verified small molecular simulations that are still within the reach of classical computers. But we hope that at some point, as the hardware gets bigger and bigger, to enter this kind of regime. Another area which is very popular is material simulation. This is an area we are also kind of active in my group. We have done some work in that relates to conductivity properties of materials and the role of disorder and interactions. This could be applied to, for example, if we could push this further to understanding high TC superconducting materials, designing low loss conducting lines, and designing special materials with special properties. There's also a lot of work in machine learning that we do in my group, especially on financial applications, on going through data and figuring out customers' behaviors and predicting different product trends and market trends. This can be done also with fully quantum or quantum-inspired algorithms, which is basically algorithms that can run on classical computers. There's no entanglement, but there are some possibilities to do something with near-term quantum computers. There's a big effort worldwide, and I think this is important to be highlighted, that quantum also in Europe, we have the flagship, we have all the big countries are putting a lot of support. There's a lot of competition worldwide, definitely China. Singapore has a program for some years. America is coming in strong. There was always quite a big tradition there. And that's not only on the public sector. I would like to highlight that a lot of private efforts, if you look at the startups and the spin-offs in the field, the last few years is almost at exponential rate. Of course, one has to highlight here that we have to be careful to avoid a quantum window, and I come to this at the end. It has happened in fields when you go to this exponential type of growth. One has to be careful not to create bubbles that can burst. So maybe we can discuss this later on at the panel discussion. A quick look at patents that kind of correspond to the state of the art. We have China is pushing very strongly on the quantum communication and quantum key distribution systems. United States seems to be leading on the more quantum computing applications, and everybody is into this big race. Where we start in terms of hardware, there's roughly around 50 to 60 qubits operational. I want to highlight this. I mean, anything else you read on sometimes on companies' announcements is not really there yet. These are numbers from published research and papers. 50 to 100 qubits, a different level of control, many different technologies, ranging from photonics to atomic physics and trapped ions to superconducting qubits into the game. One word about our efforts here at Singapore. We're pursuing different technologies. This is a picture of a 10 qubit chip that is being fabricated as we speak. This is just out of the fabrication now by one of the experimental groups here. And this is how the fridge looks like. You have to cool this with liquid helium to very low temperatures.
Sorry, Dimitris.
Kelvins. Yes.
Yeah, probably.
Yes. Sorry.
Okay.
So thank you for your attention. And just I want to finish with this thing that there is making predictions is a risky thing. So we can discuss it later, maybe how far things are. Thank you.
Oh, thanks a lot, Dimitris. I think that actually we connect very nicely to the contribution of Massimo about quantum technologies and machine learning. So Massimo,
I'll try to. Okay, let me share the screen. Okay. Share screen. Why I don't.
you manage?
I'm trying to share my presentation. Okay. Oh, here it is. Okay, fine. Okay. I must apologize because as soon as I started talking, they started I decided to connect from my office because usually you got better connection. But at the same time, they're starting with decoration outside. So every one and then you will hear some background noise, which will be annoying. Okay, I start basically from when Dimitris ended his presentation. He presented a nice discussion of what is the present technologies and what is the historical background which led to the emergence of quantum technologies. I will look at the same thing from a slightly different angle. In particular, there is the other emerging computing techniques at the moment, which go under the broad name of machine learning and artificial intelligence. And I'll try to see how the two things will meet in one another, and in particular, I will try to focus my attention on how classical machine learning techniques can be helpful in a quantum context, and on the other way. And the other way around, I mean, how quantum computing can provide different perspectives in machine learning. And I think that Sabrina, at the end, will basically carry on with further perspective along this direction. I mean, what Dimitri made clear is that quantum systems are complex. And the first one who pointed it out clearly was historical, was Feynman. But it took several years, basically something of the order of 5 to 10 years before the idea that quantum systems are complex and difficult to simulate led to the idea that since quantum systems are complex, they can do jobs that classical systems cannot do. And this has led to different paradigms of quantum computation. The quantum Turing machine, in which basically the working principle of a classical Turing machine, which is a universal computing device which can do any task, is mapped into the quantum dynamics, into the control quantum dynamics, in which your computer can in parallel perform different calculations and in a way interfere towards the desired outcome, the desired solution of your problems. But then in parallel, there have been developed a quantum gate paradigm of quantum computation. So in full analogy of what you can do in a classical scenario, in which you can have both the Turing machine and the gate paradigm for doing computation, in between the 90s and the early 2000s, they developed these two kind of paradigm, quantum Turing machine and quantum gate machine paradigm. And the fact you can basically split down your computing protocol in terms of elementary gates allowed to the development of algorithms like the Shor algorithm or other kind of algorithms that can be implemented on a quantum computing device. But on the other hand, physicists began to be interested in different way of doing computation. In particular, on the one hand, quantum simulators, and on the other hand, quantum annealers. But the basic idea was anyway that you can try to implement a quantum algorithm or a quantum processing protocol. In a way, I mean, you can try to find a way to solve complex quantum problems by mapping them into dynamics of a quantum system, not necessarily in terms of gates or not necessarily in terms of a Turing machine. I mean, a sort of broader approach. And similar approach, if you like, in the classical scenario has been done when people stop working in terms of, stop developing algorithms in terms of gates and they move towards other kind of computational paradigm, in particular, I mean, machine learning and neural network kind of paradigm. So the idea now, the way I see the scenario, and not just me, but the community sees the scenario is the following. You have complex quantum systems and led to quantum computing and different kind of paradigms of quantum computing, either by quantum gates or, if you like, by quantum Turing machine, but also, I mean, in terms of quantum annihilation and quantum simulators. In a sense, you map one quantum dynamics into another one. In parallel, you have developed classical machine learning techniques in which you have abandoned the standard algorithmic kind of description of a computation, and description in terms of gates, and you move towards paradigms of computation in terms of, if you like, of neural networks or anyway, or pattern recognition algorithms or clustering. I mean, different kind of algorithms, the simple kind of just simple quantum gates kind of sequence of operations. Now, at the moment, people have been interested in the following two things. On the one hand, whether classical machine learning can provide a help, some sort of help to solve complex quantum systems, which are difficult to simulate on classical computers. And on the other hand, whether complex quantum system dynamics and classical machine learning can merge together towards the development of quantum machine learning algorithms, in which the two ingredients match together, and you can think of complex quantum system routines which fit into an algorithm, into algorithms which are by themselves basically classical. Okay. And what are the field in which classical machine learning can help to solve complex quantum problems? Again, Feynman's original statement came out from emerged from the difficulty of analyzing the dynamics of complex quantum system, in particular many-body system. Many-body system is a system which is composed in the quantum computing language of many qubits, typically many spin or many in general many-body systems, which local degrees of freedom, but systems which are strongly interacting with each other, and therefore you cannot restrict yourself to just a few degrees of freedom, but you must look at the whole dynamics, the whole spectrum of your system. And a field in which classical machine learning protocols have provided an interesting tool to analyze such system is, for instance, identification of the ground state of a complex quantum many-body system. Interaction system can undergo what are known as phase transitions, and the ground state property, which means the property of the state with its lowest energy, can vary strongly according to how to change the external control parameter of your system. And to identify, not knowing anything else, but just looking at your system and to tell which phase it is, I mean, to classify the phases of your system is by itself a complex problem. And classical machine learning has provided useful tools for solving, to classify the properties of a complex quantum system, to identify the temperature in which phase transitions applies, in which the complex dynamics, I mean, basically change structure. And on the other hand, I mean, people are trying to understand which class of problems can be usefully, in which kind of problem can classical machine learning provide useful tools to solve categorization problems. And apparently the situation depends on the amount of entanglement which is in your system. Briefly, I mean, has been mentioned before by Dimitris, by entanglement, you mean the presence of strong correlations which cannot be accounted for by any classical theory. And basically, the kind of in a complex quantum system, you have many interacting subunits, many interacting qubits, and you can ask yourself, what is the entanglement? What is the degree of correlation between part of the system you're looking at and the rest, which is typically is the environment? You can do it as an environment. And whenever this kind of entanglement scales like the area, like the surface of the border, the boundary which separates your system from the rest, which is called system which are said to obey to the area, so-called area law. I mean, these kind of problems can be characterized and categorized rather efficiently by classical machine learning algorithms. But when this kind of entanglement, which means the degree of complexity, if you like, grows like the volume, but in this case, probably a classical machine learning algorithm cannot be useful, I mean, are not useful in handling these kind of algorithms. On the other hand, another area in which a complex quantum system can merge with a classical machine learning algorithms is what are known quantum reservoir computing. These are the idea is basically you have an input state. Your reservoir is a complex quantum system which is intrinsically open. So you don't deal at the moment with the classical problem of decoherence of the fragile interaction of the system with the environment, because if you like, your quantum computer is itself rather noisy, is a wet reservoir, if you like. It's a system which is interacting with is large enough to be an environment itself. And then you try to extract some sort of information about your input states by making a suitable measurement of your quantum reservoir. And apparently this has been efficient in identifying some complex quantum feature of your input states, like for instance the amount of entanglement, or you've been able to categorize your input state. And then I will rapidly conclude, because I think Sabrina will give will basically complement by my discussion by giving a perspective on which kind of problems can actually efficiently solve. I mean, which are the arena in which you can combine classical and quantum ingredients, and what are the perspectives in this direction? I mean, in my viewpoint, the future direction is you're going toward a hybridization between a classical and quantum machine learning technique. In particular, what I think are promising are algorithms in which you mix quantum machine learning and at the same time you are using an open quantum hardware, okay, in which you're not worried about the fact that the system is open, because actually the fact that the system is coupled with the environment is itself a resource. However, I think it's not yet clear which kind of problems can be more efficiently solved with either fully quantum or a hybrid quantum classical approach. And this is there's a lot of quantum hype. But however, I mean, in my viewpoint, it's still not clear which areas, in particular, the areas in which you use quantum algorithms to solve classical problems can be more efficient. There is now a common agreement that areas like quantum chemistry or quantum material simulations are very promising. I'm more skeptical about whether in the short term areas like optimization of classical problems with a quantum machine will really be more efficient. So far, all the areas in which we have shown quantum supremacy are rather artificial problems. Okay, more solid ground is areas in which you find applications like quantum chemistry or material simulations. But I would be more cautious in claiming that quantum supremacy is something you can achieve in short terms in basically everywhere. So we need to be, in order to avoid the burst of the quantum bubble, you must first clearly identify when quantum resources are really needed to outperform classical one. Because in parallel, you have been witnessing strong progress in classical machine learning and artificial intelligence algorithms. And okay, so this is basically what I have to say. And it is very, if you like, not very specific. It's sort of broad, and I don't give specific answer, but my, if you like, more my personal feeling or what people should look at and how the system will evolve the next few years. And having said this, I will stop sharing my screen.
Thank you, Massimo. Probably since I think Sabrina's presentation is somewhat connected, we can continue with you, Sabrina, and then we just open the
I will
discussion.
now share my screen and my presentation. I hope you
yes.
see. Let me know, do you see it well?
Yes.
Okay.
We see a color table. At least I see something.
Okay, then this is always, it happens, just a second. I need just to close it from here. Yeah. Now it should be working. Is this right? Sorry.
No, it's okay. Yes.
No, it's okay. Very nice. So yes, I will, even if my title may seem a bit strange, actually, what I will do is to continue along the lines of quantum and classical and the differences between the two and how this is important in quantum technologies. So it will have to do with both quantum methods, characterization algorithms and classical ones, and how we can learn from classical towards quantum and the other way around, the hybridization between these two approaches. And I will begin by very briefly introducing myself. I'm a professor in the University of Helsinki and Aalto University. I'm also a co-founder and CEO of a startup, Algorithmic, on quantum software and algorithms, specifically aimed at life sciences. I'm the vice director of our National Center of Excellence for Quantum Technologies, and my group my group is HealthTech is the name of the group, is focusing on 3 different areas. The first one is more related to quantum algorithms, and some of these approaches like variational quantum eigensolvers and benchmarking in collaboration with the IBM researchers and in collaboration also with the computer science department at my university. But we are also working on more fundamental quantum.
Sabrina. I think there is no connection and I see Sabrina frozen, but I don't know what to do. So I'll try to send an email, or I don't know, I'll try to contact Sabrina. Yeah.
Maybe we can ask if there are any questions on
yeah, meanwhile, yeah, that's a good idea. We can go on with some questions, if any, and I will try. So yeah, okay. So I have a question that I will read. I don't know if everybody sees, but I will read by Vladimir. So what do you, this is a question for both.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Sabrina.
I don't know why my computer restarted, and I don't know.
Don't worry, but meanwhile, there was a question. So let me read the question and then we continue, okay? So the question for the three of you. So what do you see as the main societal risk that quantum computing is bringing, if any? I don't know,
Yeah.
please.
Dimitri, you'll go first, or shall I?
Yeah, I can say. I mean, my opinion is societal risks. I mean, two things. One, you know, is as any new technology that is, you know, opening new areas and giving edges to certain countries or groups of people that have it. I think it's very important to avoid having some sort of nuclear race or space race. We're far from that yet because technology is still at the basic level. But if quantum computers happen, and they seem they will happen, I would like society to think, and governments to think how to you know, make it, you know, democratize access to quantum computers. I think this is an important aspect. I'm not sure what's the optimal way to do that, but I would say that it's important to keep it in mind.
Sabrina, Massimo, do you want to?
I agree that whenever there is an emerging technology, I mean, the public access to the technology is something that people must be, the government should particularly look at with care. There are two things which I think deserve particular attention. On the one hand, we should not forget that quantum technology started from quantum cryptography on the one hand and quantum code breaking on the other hand. So, I mean, the problem of privacy is a crucial problem. And it's not surprising that several countries are on the race on top of looking at, I mean, implementing quantum computing devices. Most of the race has been going towards quantum communication, about satellite. I mean, the government will be talking about quantum internet, and so the access to privacy and access to quantum internet will be an important problem to address. On the other hand, the possible societal risk on the job market are the same that are posed by things like artificial intelligence. Okay, so the job market will strongly change over the few years because of the impact of artificial intelligence and machine learning algorithms. My feeling is that quantum computing will basically go in parallel. So basically the kind of risk and the kind of opportunities of quantum computing and artificial intelligence will be basically the same. I don't have much to add, I think, but.
Okay, so there is another question. I propose the following. So Sabrina, probably you can start by answering this question and then continue with your presentation. The question is by Amali. It's how soon will application for the public become evident or something? So
I think it depends a little bit on the definition of public. I mean, in some sense, certain applications, for example, in quantum cryptography, are already available to buy, really, to companies. Applications for the public, in the sense that, you know, you could buy a machine like a computer which contains some elements or is connected to some quantum computers. Nowadays, everyone can connect to quantum devices on the cloud. For example, IBM and many other offers compute access to their small, tiny quantum devices through the cloud to the public. And of course, however, the question of whether this is useful, it's another story. Clearly, this is something that can be used for educational purposes, for learning. It can be used for citizen science project. It can be used really to educate everyone with an interest in quantum computing. And it is very important to form a community and that is aware and well educated on these topics. And and again, as we were talking before, to give access to information and education on quantum technologies to everyone. But on the other hand, this does not mean that applications that are immediately useful to change our society exist yet. So it's a question of the useful quantum advantage. The potential is great. Commercially, it's very difficult to think of an answer like, very definite or very precise. It's very difficult to predict these things. It could be in 5 years, it could be in 3 years, it could be in 20 years. It really depends. I wouldn't have, perhaps Dimitris and Massimo have a more precise answer to this, but I wouldn't be ready to say now, a useful device that uses quantum computers, providing advantage with respect to the classical one, will be available, say, in a year or in 5. It's hard to say.
Okay, so I think we can. Yeah, please continue sharing.
I can go back and I will. So yes, I was just briefly introducing my group, but I will be super brief with that, and I go to the core of my presentation. So besides the fundamental problems of quantum science, we are also very much interested in education, and we have developed a platform, QPlayLearn. You can visit it, qplaylearn.com, where we try to educate at different levels, even for the general public, on the topic of quantum science and technologies. And then we have some interest in quantum biology and neuroscience. Sorry, this is the wrong presentation. I'm just sharing the wrong presentation. I'm sorry about this, but I had the 2 presentations open and they, and the previous one is, yes, I think it, for some reason it didn't open, and now it's here. Sorry for this difficulty. I really didn't know what happened to my, yes, it's here. To my computer, it just decided to restart from 0. Okay, yes. So what I'm talking about, what I will begin talking about is some sort of gap between what we call microscopic and macroscopic description of many particles quantum systems. Okay, so we definitely, historically, when we were with the birth really of quantum technologies, we began manipulating individual quantum systems only, so isolating them, individual atoms, individual molecules even, but individual quantum systems. But what also Dimitri mentioned in his previous talk is that now we are going a step farther. So experimentally, we are able to manipulate such single atoms within the framework of many body systems. So here are some pictures really of showing the manipulation of individual atoms in lattices, so in systems which contain many quantum atoms, many systems. These small dots, you can imagine them, they can be used also as qubits, as in the presentation of Dimitris. So this is a step farther. So we are manipulating more than just one atom, but many, and we could engineer the state of many body systems. So we can experiment with this system, can create experiments for these systems, but at the same time, we are also able to develop numerical approaches, like so-called tensor network methods, that allow us to simulate them classically, okay, to a certain extent. So why am I talking about this? Why am I talking about this ability of both experimentally and numerically deal with the data which describe systems composed of many qubits or of many particles? Because we are starting to have really in our hands a vast number of data, so vast data sets, which contain information of complex objects that could be also quantum computers made of 100 qubits, or could be quantum simulators. So we have in our hands the ability of both making experiments and also obtaining simulations from classical computers up to a certain limit, of course. And the issue is that as this amount of information grows, as these data sets grow, how do we extract relevant information from the analysis of such a large amount of data? Now, the reason why this question is interesting is because in many aspects of quantum theory, one of the most, let's say, yet unexplored but interesting sets of phenomenology is what we call the emergence of collective structures, behaviors, and phenomena whenever we have to do with large number of possibly interactive quantum systems. So what happens is that while we can describe few systems really microscopically, as we increase the size of the system, properties that are related really to their collective behavior in a very non-trivial way emerge and becomes extremely interesting and relevant. This is an impact in quantum biology, in quantum chemistry, in quantum materials. It's interesting for quantum gravity, for quantum thermodynamics, for quantum communications. So here I'm mentioning both some more fundamental and some more applicative quantum technology related topics. Now, in the classical world, so in the world of technology or in the description of macroscopic objects, what we have learned in the last 20 years is that complex network theory is a new emerging science that provided the theoretical framework to analyze emergent phenomena and also introduce models that are able to describe their origin. And I will have here just one example, which is the most famous example of a complex network. That is, here you see on the right-hand side of this picture, the backbone of the internet. This is a graph which shows links that represents connections in the existing internet structure. And you see how this has evolved from the initial ARPANET, the network that you can see here on the left-hand side, towards the current structure of the internet. And the way in which this has been growing is characterized by properties that are properties of so-called real network that characterize, or they're very similar, not only for technological networks, but also for networks like our brain or the metabolite networks or biological networks. So it looks that for classical systems, a number of properties are in common. And they are related to this concept of emergence that I mentioned before. Now, how about the quantum case? So as we are able now to manipulate from individual to larger and larger amounts of quantum systems, how can we use in some way the properties, or how can we characterize the properties like emergence in the quantum case? Are they different from the classical case? And this is relevant, very relevant, both for what I call here artificial networks. This would be the quantum version of the internet, where we would have links transmitting quantum information across nodes where the information is stored, and also for the so-called, what I call the natural networks. So existing biological networks where there is evidence of actually some quantum properties to be used in order for example, efficiently transmitting certain excitations across the network. And here the pictures is one of the quantum biological most studied complex systems. So in a way of summarizing the scenarios and the main message that I would like to give is the following. So we do have, from the classical perspective, a developed theory, that is the theory of complex networks, that could be used or could be in a way inspired or merged or could be further developed in the direction of the characterization of the analog quantum systems. And we can think of both a bottom-up and a top-down approach. We can think of starting from the building blocks, starting from just a gate between two qubits, starting from individual components of a network, and building more and more complex quantum networks. So thinking in terms of scalability and design until we reach, for example, the so-called quantum internet. But we can also think of the opposite idea. We can start from the properties of real complex networks, and we can think, how can we use these properties? For example, small world property is one of the such property, which in a way allows to reach different nodes with very few steps. So the internet is showing this property, which is very useful for transmission of information, as well as properties like the resilience to link breakage exhibited by all real network, like the real existing internet. How can we use this knowledge that we have to engineer quantum networks that might have properties that are useful, like resilience to link breakage is one of such examples. So we can think of going also in the other direction. Now, what we have been doing is thinking of ways of describing or extending a theory to reach the complex network perspective. There is a lot of work other than what we have been doing it, but I just want to mention some of the directions one could go. And one could go in particular, we have developed a way of very efficiently build the networks of pairwise quantities. For example, they mentioned entanglement. Both Dimitris and Massimo mentioned entanglement between two qubits, and you can build, it is possible to build the networks that represents the entanglement between each pair of qubits of a quantum computer or of any many-body quantum systems, and this would allow to use or build multiplexes and a number of theoretical approaches that are borrowed by the classical complex network theory for the analysis of many-body quantum systems. And for example, we have demonstrated that if you go in this direction, you can discover new physics, and in particular, emergent properties, which was unknown, which was hidden, which was in a way unexplored, and which is difficult to characterize without such tools that we borrowed. So in general, we believe that a complex quantum network theory is really a suitable framework to describe these emergent properties, both in artificial and in natural complex networks. And then I just want to conclude with the stressing the great importance of literacy in quantum, especially in a moment in which, as both Dimitris and Massimo mentioned, there is the risk of a quantum hype, and there is the risk of a quantum winter or a quantum bubble. So we do need to be very careful in educating really to the proper message of quantum. And this is not simple, and this is what we have been trying to contribute to as well. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Sabrina. So I don't know if there are questions, additional questions. There were already some questions. I do not see. Then I will just pass the word to Vladimir for. Oh, sorry. There is a question. As a layperson wondering if can help connect the. So I just read it. I'm not sure. As a layperson wondering if quantum can help connect the last mile or remote location better. Sabrina.
Well, I mean, I don't think, strictly speaking, I don't think that there is any way that the demonstration that in the quantum internet, for example, you would be able to implement or to prove that you can connect to different locations better. But then again, it depends on what better. I mean, for certain quantum technologies, it is important, for example, to be able to share quantum information. And in this case, of course, if you want to share quantum information, you will have to use means that are appropriate to the transmission of quantumness, so to say, or entanglement, for example. And in this case, you do need necessarily to use quantum tools. But in terms of an advantage of using quantum versus classical, then again, it would be very important to understand for what And this is something which is still a topic of research, by no means. Clearly, what has been demonstrated is that quantum communication is useful so therefore the creation of quantum networks is useful for a number of purposes and for a number of activities. But it has to be, for me, it is extremely important to specify always what is the purpose itself. So in itself, if you tell me to connect the most remote locations, then I would say it could be, it couldn't be. I mean, it depends. Okay. I don't know if there are other. Okay.
Okay, thank you. So I think I passed the floor to Vladimir, I think, for the kind of final report, or please.
Thank you, Rosario, and I'll try to share the screen with some of the messages. So as some of you might know, the Geneva Internet Platform has partnered with EuroDIG to provide some sort of brief messages at the end of each session. And I'll run through them, and I'll ask you if anyone has any general sort of a pushback on each of the messages to write in the chat. Otherwise, we'll just acknowledge there is a sort of a rough consensus on them, but we'll still have time to fine-tune the wording in the next days. So we start with the first message, which says that quantum technology will allow us to solve very complex problems. Possible applications include optimization of operations, simulation, chemistry, biology, physics, design of advanced materials, machine learning, complex quantum networks, quantum internet, but also breaking traditional encryption. So that's the first message. If anyone has any big objection on that one, please post to the chat, and I'll continue in the meantime with the second message. Second message is there is an increasing global competition and investment in developing quantum computing for practical use. Current state of the art is still very limited and doesn't allow real breakthroughs. There are no broadly useful applications yet. Again, if there is any general pushback on this message, please write in the chat. Fine-tuning we can do later. The third message says classical machine learning can help solve complex quantum problems and describe quantum systems. Future steps can include hybrid quantum classical machine learning, as well as quantum machine learning. Yet quantum supremacy is not so likely soon. To avoid quantum bubble burst or quantum hype, we can play with the words afterward, we need to identify the real areas where quantum machine learning outperforms classical machine learning. And the fourth message is social challenges due to quantum computing include geopolitical misuse and some sort of an armed race, endangering privacy due to high ability to break traditional encryption, and disruptions of the job market. A society should democratize access to quantum technology by all. Let me just stop sharing and check if there is any particular comment in the chat. If there are no particular pushbacks on these messages, we'll consider that they're sort of a rough consensus, and they'll be posted on the EuroDIG website. We'll have a process for further comments and polishing the text if there are other inputs. Back to you, Rosario.
Oh, thank you. So I really would like to thank everybody, participants, key participants, speakers for the contribution, and I just passed the word to Roberto from Studio Trieste for the conclusion of the session. Please.
Thank you, Rosario. I would like to thank all the speakers and all the participants to this session, and also the rapporteur who, at least in my opinion, has captured the essential of the debate. So this session is now closed, and the next session will start, I think, at 12:15. So have a nice day, everybody, and bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Non trovo la... sì, ma devo mettere la... Ecco. Sì. Un attimo che metto il...
A mezzogiorno è un quarto, se posso, giusto?
Sì.
Sliding away, so much time has passed away. The wheel of fortune keeps on turning and turning. No chance to bring back time. Yesterday seems far behind. The lies are gone. Where are all the answers? Gotta get all the way. Got to get all the way. Gotta get all the way from F to K. Gotta get all the way. It's all beyond my mind. Sometimes words have to remain unspoken.
Just checking that the microphone is working.
Yeah. Yes, it works.
Okay, perfect. Thanks. Hello, everyone.
Hi. So we'll start in 1 minute.
Perfect. Are you going to give us the start?
I do the opening, I show a slide, say a couple of words, and then I give the floor to you.
To Miguel, yeah, probably.
Not to you, to Miguel.
Miguel is going to
Excellent.
give an introduction.
Hello, good afternoon. This is the session on data sovereignty and trusted online identity. And that is workshop 3. Let me just remind everybody about the session rules. Please enter with your full name. To ask a question, raise hand using the Zoom function. You will be unmuted when the floor is given to you. When speaking, switch on the video, state your name and affiliation. Chat will not be stored or published. Do not share links to the Zoom meetings, not even with your colleagues. And this said, without further ado, let me give the floor to Miguel.
Hello, hi to everyone. My name is Miguel Pérez Subias. I'm president of the Internet User Association and coordinator of the Pink City Research Project. As you know, personal information management systems are systems that help give individuals more control over their personal data. PINs allow individuals to manage their personal data in secure, local or online storage systems and share them with whom they choose. This can enable a human-centric approach to personal information and new business models. PIN-City project objective is to develop tools so that companies and organizations can manage or doing businesses with citizens' personal data with transparency and respect for their fundamental rights. Online identities and personal data are the key for many digital services. Identification is essential to everything from identifying with health or government services to traveling or to participate in social media. Data is essential resource for economic growth, competitiveness, innovation, job creation, and societal progress in general. The European strategy for data aims at creating a single market for data that will ensure Europe's global competitiveness and data sovereignty. Common European data space will ensure that more data becomes available for use in the economy and society while keeping the companies and individuals who generate the data in control. The Commission proposed this month of June a framework for a European digital identity which will be available for the European citizens, residents and business in all the European Union. Citizens will be able to prove their identity and share electronic documents from the European digital identity wallets in the just clicking of a button in their phone. They will be able to access online services with the national identification identities and will be recognized through Europe. Any citizen, resident and business in the Union who would like to make use of a European digital identity will be able to do so. The digital identity wallets will be used widely as a way either to identify users or to prove certain personal attributes for the purpose of access to public and private digital service. The digital identity will enable people to choose which aspect of the identity, data, and certificate they share with third parties and to keep track of such sharing. User control ensure the only information that needs to be shared will be shared. But who should control those identities? And how can we minimize the personal data exchanges needed for a service? We have a lot of questions, but we need some answers. And for that, we have the participation of 4 excellent panelists. So I give the floor to Clara Neppel, who is going to moderate the session. Clara, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Miguel. My name is Clara Neppel. I'm the Senior Director of IEEE Europe, based in Vienna. And basically our 2 focus areas are standards and public policy. It looks like digital identity is really at the intersection of these 2, so I'm thrilled to moderate this session. Well, as we heard from Miguel, online identities are the key for many digital services. But the question is, who should control these ideas? So how can we minimize the data exchange to minimum that is needed for the services? The recent discussions about vaccination passports, for example, have highlighted that this discussion is at the center of the current debate. So basically, as we see, there are 3 approaches that we can discuss here. The first scenario is where private companies lead the effort. We have private tech companies who already provide us with secure electronic identification, including 2-factor security and biometric verification. However, this raises many privacy and data sovereignty concerns. For example, the Swiss people recently voted against an EID law that wanted to allow private companies to control the access to government services. The second scenario is where the government leads the way with a centralized public key infrastructure. Examples are the above already mentioned EU eIDAS regulation, as well as a Swiss ZES law that have long ago established an electronic identification based on a centralized public key infrastructure. However, the uptake is still a challenge. We have countries that have reached a very high adoption rate, for instance, Estonia, but other countries, such as Germany, still see a low adoption rate. And then we have the third scenario, where we hand back some control to the citizens. One example is the European Self-Sovereign Identity Framework, which was developed by the EU Commission. Here, the control lies neither with a centralized government service nor with the private tech companies, but is given back to the citizens. And we are in a lucky position to have discussants from each of these stakeholder groups. And by the end, we will hopefully all have a fuller understanding of the possibilities and limitations of each of the path forwards. So it is my pleasure to introduce the discussants. First, Cecilia Alvarez, who is from Facebook, so she will represent the private companies. She's also the chairwoman of the Spanish Privacy Professional Association and currently in charge of its international affairs. She is also the Spanish member of the Confederation of European Data Protection Organization. As a second discussant, we have Peteris Galvis, and Peteris is the head of the Startups and Innovation Unit at the Director General Communications, Networks, Content and Technology, DG Connect in short. He is also the co-chairman of the European Commission Task Force on Financial Technology. And as a third discussant, we have Nishan Chelve-Chandran. I hope I pronounce it correctly. He is founder and CEO of Iron Lakes, a cyber impact consultancy specializing in providing expertise from the conflux of technology and humanity. He is also chair of an IEEE Standards Association program on trustworthy technical implementation of children's online/offline experiences, as well as co-chair on AI-driven innovations for cities and people industry connection program. So without further ado, let's start the discussion. First of all, to Cecilia. We all probably know that the online terms of service are usually not modifiable and 90% of the people don't read them. So this take it or leave it approach puts the controlling of these relationships in the tech provider's court. And one of the big issues is transparency, what is happening to the data, how it is used and reused. So how can we ensure that the trustworthiness of electronic identification provided by private companies, Cecilia? I think you're still on mute, Cecilia.
You're right. So sorry. Let me see if it is working. I hope so. Very good. Thank you very much, Clara, and thank you very much for EuroDIG to invite me today to speak to you. I would like to address my contribution with respect to the identification, verification, and the digital identity by transmitting maybe three kind of main ideas. One is the state of play, the proliferation of a certain number of proposals that are calling for different forms of authentication that include or are conflated with ID verification, and all of them or each of them are actually addressing different issues. And I think that it is important that we identify them in order to choose the right method in each of the occasions. The second idea that I would like to share with you is that we understand that there are competing equities at play that become even more apparent when we address these identification issues, in particular with respect to the rights of people to access the well-being, privacy, and that must be balanced with each other, and also with respect to the technical and operational constraints. And finally, in order to address these competing equities, maybe a flexible or risk-based approach is the one that needs to be adopted in order to identify when we need authentication and is desirable, which methods are we going to use, and whether there are alternatives in order to take into account these competing equities that I was mentioning at the beginning. So I would like to maybe develop a bit these three ideas. With respect to the first one, the proliferation of proposals that we are seeing globally, not only in the European Union, but in the rest of the world, that are calling for various forms of authentication that include or are conflicted with ID verification. If I may use a classification, maybe some of them could be trying to address online speech forms. Others may be that they are going to facilitate government services. Others that maybe are trying to address the protection of youth, And finally, others that may address fraudulent online activities. And maybe there are others, but these are definitely 4 that I have identified in legislations around the world. And ID verification is something that is addressed as a general rule in each of these buckets. With respect to the online speech harm, it seems that there is a reasoning behind the proposals that ID verification by de-anonymizing online speakers will prevent harmful speech. However, it seems that there is not a consensus from the scholars with respect to whether identifiability is a successful remedy to remedy mitigating online speech harms. When we see government-sponsored ID systems, such as the one that we have, the European proposal now, as a general, this kind of system has been specifically addressing how to facilitate government service access, such as for filing taxes or even for voting or other kind of governmental-related systems. And we are seeing that there is a trend in order also to invite by private businesses in some manner to be involved in the use of this kind of systems. When we think about protecting youth, I think that here there is a conflation between ID verification and sometimes other kind of issues with respect to, in particular, to the age detection or even the identification of the guardian. And probably these are issues that are separated, and sometimes we do not see necessarily that the ID verification system is providing the solution, in particular because there are so many young people that do not have IDs, at least in the current state of art, that makes this not necessarily useful. And also with respect to data minimization, the kind of information that you get in addition to the age, which probably is the main goal when we think about protecting youth. And regarding fraudulent online activities, we have seen also authentication requirements that are not necessarily only focusing on ID verification, but other kind of systems as well, with respect to money transfers or B2B activities or even commercial activities. And sometimes these are driven by know your client regulations or other kind of regulations that exist in many other parts of the world. Turning to the second thing, the second idea with respect to the competing equities at play. I was mentioning access to connection or access to freedom of expression. These are different issues, but definitely we need to take into account this. Because if we think of mandatory ID verification requirements, these may exclude populations without access to IDs, and in particular to connect with the services or in our cases with respect to communities. The freedom of expression is another one that I think is relevant as well in many scenarios. And I will maybe use the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights when they think about when we need to restrict freedom of expression. And they mention to prevent imminent physical harm, to respect the rights and reputation of others, or for public health. So these are very, very important elements that needs to be balanced for the freedom of expression and not others. And privacy. I think we should be concerned, or at least think about the ID verification, thinking of the access by governments of what we are doing and with respect to, because it could threaten, of course, civil rights. Also with respect to companies, and this is a fear that has also been claimed by many others, the fact that this kind of information is in the hand of companies and private companies, and also with respect to other individuals, whether people should be forced to reveal their identities to others in the way they communicate, and this maybe could undercut in certain scenarios their ability to enjoy the fundamental right of expression. Well-being. I think we should also be thinking of how ID verification may impact in the harmful speech, because as I mentioned before, we have not yet seen an evidence that identifiability is an effective remedy for this kind of elements. With respect to real-world interactions, sometimes alternative verification models could be more effective for scenarios in which there is a higher likelihood of leading to in-person interaction. And then the technical constraints. since I know that I am very close to the end of the time that we have allocated, I will briefly refer to the last part, in the sense of, because we have these very different equities at hand and different goals that we may be needed to find a solution, I think that it is sensible to conduct a risk-based and tailored and proportionate approach in order to determine the nature of the risk that we want to mitigate, whether some form of authentication will be able to successfully mitigate the risk, and if so, should ID verification is the one that is to be used, or whether appropriate authentication solutions that could be different will be the most appropriate to adopt. And with this, I will leave the floor to other participants to provide their contributions. Thank you.
Thank you, Cecilia, for this comprehensive overview. With this, I would like to hand over to Peteris. Peteris, the European Union has proposed creating a framework for a trusted and secure European EID, which should be available to all citizens, residents, and businesses to prove who they are in order to access public sector and commercial services, regardless where they are in the bloc. The EU does already have a regulation on electronic authentication systems, so the already mentioned EIDs, which entered into force in 2014. But the Commission's intentions is to expand on that by addressing some limitations, such as the poor uptake and the lack of mobile support. So Peteris, we would like to hear your views on this new framework, and again, the role of the government in providing electronic identity solutions. Thank you.
And thank you very much for giving me the floor, and it's a pleasure to be here. I'm head of unit for digital innovation and blockchain, and collaborating with our colleagues in e-government, among other things, on this regulation on updating EIDS for the EU EID, moving into the digital age and making the most of the decentralized, the emerging technologies to put Europe really at the forefront of both protection of fundamental rights of its citizens, but also in developing innovative technologies. So in the approach of the EU EID regulation, you have the digital identity wallets. Under the legislative proposal, it's been adopted and proposed by the European Commission, and now it goes to discussion by the co-legislators, by the Parliament and the Council, the member states in our system, for its final adoption eventually. And what does the regulation do, the regulatory proposal? It establishes a framework for European digital wallets, enabling citizens to link their national digital identities with proof of personal attributes, driving licenses, diplomas, bank accounts. And one of the solutions that we definitely see from it, especially from my perspective in this collaboration across the Commission, is that DLT-based self-sovereign identity solutions are one of the technological solutions. It's a tech-neutral approach, so we don't say that there's one way to do it, either legacy systems or a decentralized system, but allow both the member states and the markets to make the choices of the complementary mix of technologies that they would like to choose. But we see these DLT-based self-sovereign identity solutions as being a very viable technology solution underpinning the new EU EID. The added value of such a technology solution is putting citizens in control of their own digital identity, which fits very nicely with the general ideology, the general approach of the European Union, focusing on the individual citizen, subsidiarity closer to the citizen, and on individual rights in a societal context of protecting privacy, protecting fundamental rights. The new trust service for electronic ledgers, which is also found in the Commission proposal. It's ensuring the new trust service on the trustworthiness of electronic ledgers under the EIDS regime, which will be very important for underpinning self-sovereign e-identity solutions, so giving it legal recognition. And the European self-sovereign identity framework we see again as a very important player in ensuring the implementation, because this isn't, how to say, brainstorming, this isn't piloting, this is the idea of really going to full deployment of a solution that European Union citizens can use. The ESIF, the European Self-Sovereign Identity Framework, being developed by 29 European countries, including all 27 EU member states, in the European Blockchain Services Infrastructure, which is aiming to deliver EU-wide cross-border public services using blockchain technology. This is based on a ministerial declaration signed by all 27 EU member states, plus Norway and Liechtenstein, to build this infrastructure, which is underway for some time, and we're moving to deployment of at least the first use cases this year. And this European blockchain partnership is also operating, you can say, as a regulatory sandbox, because we are breaking new ground. We're building something that, while not prohibited in EU or member state law, is generally, almost with how to say, very few exceptions, not foreseen in member state law, and not the subject of judicial decisions, judgments in the past to give us guidance. Formally, also within the Digital Europe program, we are moving into a regulatory sandbox, which will also accept use cases, propositions from outside of the supported use cases in the EPSI, in order to try to give more legal certainty, which again is a general principle of EU law, respected at the level of primary law at the very top level in our system in the EU. And this will be opening as the Digital Europe program, work program, is adopted. And the first calls will be going out towards the end of this year and early next year. And with that, perhaps those are my introductory words, and I'm happy to pass the floor to the other speakers and be ready to answer questions during the discussion.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this also very innovative and very European human-centered approach. To the third scenario, Nishan, do you think that the previous solutions, let's say poor uptake, was due to the fact that citizens were not involved in the design process? So what are your views on how citizens can be better involved in these solutions? And also, would a citizen-led approach counteract or contradict efforts of government, private sector-led initiatives? So I'm looking forward on your views on that.
Thank you, Dr. Nepel, and I hope that everyone can hear me okay. I've had to augment my audio setup for the call today. So yes, I think there's some really, really good points, both from Petrus, of course, from the government perspective, and Cecilia with her perspective from I guess the private sector. And I think traditionally we've seen that these technological solutions, or even these frameworks, are bilateral in that it's either built by government or built by public sector, and whichever one does it, you know, the user, which is the citizen, the human in the formula, are the people that are they're the end user. They're not involved in the process. You know, something is delivered to them and then they use it. So whether that's for any kind of product or service, or whether it's actually for a government service or some kind of public sector deliverable. So I think what we're seeing at the minute, of course, is the use of digitalization, digital technologies to streamline government services, which of course is a good thing, because of course, you know, any way we can, I guess, bring efficiencies for the taxpayer and to deliver services that are fit for purpose for the individual and for the user are of course great things. But I think one of the big issues we have, and I'll speak very, very briefly on from a security perspective, of course, because that's my background in cybersecurity, is that we have a lot of, I guess, loopholes or gaps in our thinking and in the development of these solutions. And we have a huge rise in what's being called synthetic fraud, which is very much where data breaches or the data of individuals that are being stored in various solutions and platforms are being utilized by cyber criminals and augmented with other information to create separate identities which are used in theft. So it's almost an evolution of regular identity theft, which of course has always been an abstraction, but it's a very real and worrying scenario now, especially if we think about how people's personal data is stored and used on these various platforms and various systems, and especially if we're talking about a centralization system and bringing a lot of this information together. So I think really, of course, when we're talking about a citizen-led approach, that's not to dismiss the efforts from government or private sector, but it's really to consider, are the solutions we are developing actually fit for purpose, and are they actually solving the problems that the people are facing? And I think a lot of the times perhaps they are, but I think perhaps there are, I don't want to say that sometimes they're not, but I think perhaps we really are in a situation where we find that actually there are a lot of considerations or assumptions that are made, or considerations that haven't been taken into account, especially if we're talking about the use of apps, or again, a lot of when we're talking about multi-factor authentication, for example, and single sign-on and all of this stuff. We forget that with the digital divide, that the majority of older people in Europe and people in rural areas and also in the minority communities, the uptake or the use of smartphones, for example, is very low compared to the people that are, I guess, better off socioeconomically. So when we have this divide and we're building services for people that have access to infrastructure and have access to these mechanisms, then how do the people that don't have access utilize these solutions? And so that's just what one kind of example of perhaps how this can actually perpetuate that kind of divide. But of course, I guess from a citizen perspective as well, I would argue that citizens and people that in countries, especially in Estonia and Finland, for example, where use of digital systems for public sector deliverables is very high, but people actually want to know what their data is being used for. And I think that is actually key. It's not so much the fact that government or private entities are going to use data and are going to create these frameworks by which to use this data and secure this data to deliver their services, but it's how they're using the data, what the data is that they're actually collecting, and what's actually happening with that data. I think some very good examples, especially if we pivot to the COVID vaccination of a situation, of course, that we're all aware of. But when we look at the two different approaches between the EU or EU area and the US, for example, so within the EU, we have the Digital Green Certification Program, which is quite entrenched within using GDPR as a baseline. So a lot of the data privacy principles within that are baked in, and actually the way data is being treated and the data controllers within the mechanism, it's quite a secure process. And of course, that's being augmented and there's work being done to evolve from that and utilize that elsewhere. But if you look at the US, for example, with their equivalent, which is the Health Data Certification Program, there's very little privacy protection there. So there's a big question mark as to what's actually happening with users' data. Where is it going, and is it being sold on? And if it is being sold on, who's making the money from that? And also the inherent insecurities of that, of what's actually happening with the data. So really, I think from a citizen perspective, it really boils down to agency of data, or agency of data and the explainability, or at least the understandability, for people to know what is actually happening with their information, their data, how is it being used, even how is it being secured, is it centralized or not, and just really explaining the mechanism behind it. But then of course, having the mechanism to allow the individuals themselves to determine who uses their data or not. Because as I said, I'm pretty sure as a private individual, a person might be willing or happy to consent to their data being used by government services, but perhaps not by a private company. Or adversely, someone might be happy for their data to be shared altogether, or someone really would want to choose, to minimally share that. And really having these considerations both baked in the design process and through to the solution is key. And I think the only way we can really do that is to involve citizens within the process. But as you said in your beginning question, of course, how do we actually do that, given the current mechanisms and the current processes? Because as we know, technology and the use of data is proliferating at an increasingly rapid rate, but then frameworks and legislation is very slow to adapt to that. But then, of course, from a citizen perspective, who's to say that 5, 10, 1,000 people that are sampled or incorporated within the design process are also reflective of the mass population and their needs. So I think it's, and I can't really give a definitive answer. Of course, I think, I'd be very successful if I was able to create the panacea model, perhaps. But I think what's key is to really understand that we need to create this hybridized approach to really incorporate the citizens within the design process with government and with private sector. And I think the three elements of this nexus, so to speak, can really actually fuel innovation in an equitable and accessible way. And I think if the one positive, if there was such a thing from the COVID pandemic, is to show that actually a lot of these barriers and silos that have traditionally existed between regulators or between private and government sectors have actually been broken down to expedite process and to redesign how we actually regulate things or do things. So I think with that, I'll kind of put a pin in it and open the floor to back to yourself and to questions, of course.
Thank you, Nishan. So it was also a very comprehensive view where you touched upon issues on security, inclusion, and transparency, and of course, usage of data. And I think I would very much like to stay on this topic of transparency, because I think it is really essential for making the services trustworthy, and ask the other two discussants, what are actions that you think should be put in place to ensure that the user can know everything about the consent, acquisition, management, and use of their personal data? So Cecilia, maybe you can start.
Thank you, Chiara. I think that Nishan has pointed out something that is very important. We do not, as citizens, it's not only that we understand the authentication method that we are using, but we understand the reason why this is happening, and also that we understand what is happening with the data afterwards. Some of this data maybe belong, let's say, already to certain information that is going to be used for the service, but some other information maybe is only going to be used for this part, for this phase, right, in which we are in this authentication mechanism. And I think that this is something that needs to be addressed. I think all of us are facing the difficulties on how transparency can be delivered in an effective manner. Of course, all the organizations are restrained in the good and the bad manner. I think we always have the positive and the negative when you have a legislation that says to you, you need to address X, Y, and Z, because it gives you, let's say, and we have not been, I think, very successful. I am a privacy lawyer. I have been, I think, drafting privacy policies for more than 20 years. I'm not necessarily very proud. I'm thinking that my privacy policies have been successful in delivering transparency. Of course, this is something I needed to do it because the law requires me to do it. But in addition to the compulsory thing, I think there is room. But for this also, we need also to have that regulators and civil society also participates in this with an open mind. So it's not a question of citing A, B, and C, but thinking of what are the elements that are relevant for you to know, and try to see which is the best way to do this. Not necessarily in a text of 20 pages long, but trying to see what I have seen, of course, in the trends in general of transparency, that contextual transparency sometimes is more useful when you see at the moment in which the data is requested that you understand for which this is going to happen. Sometimes it seems that people of other ages do not like to read. I still like to read, but apparently it is no longer trendy, and the images or videos seems to be better addressed to not only the young people, I would say, but also people of different generations. So probably we will need to make different tries, and with the participation also of, at the end of the day, of the citizens, because these are those who are receiving the thing. It's not a good excuse to say, I don't read or I am lazy, but still, I think that we need to focus on what are the elements, as Nishan was mentioning. Why I'm doing this, which is the goal, who is going to have this data, and which is the destination. and the kind of, in a very, very broad manner, the security elements that are behind, of course, not sufficiently for the bad people to circumvent them, but sufficiently in order for you to have an idea on the kind of things that the organization or the government has actually taken care of having this human-centric approach that I think is, at least as a European, I feel very much aligned with it.
Thank you. So Peteris, also the same question on transparency, and maybe also how you see the role of blockchain also to improve trust in these services.
Well, definitely. Thank you. Thank you very much. I mean, I think this is a vital question. And what we have to do is give citizens the tools to realize their autonomy, to realize their rights in this area. And on the one hand, this cannot be too technical. We can't be expecting people either on a technical level to be programming smart contracts in Solidity themselves or going through major steps in the software of a program. And on the other hand, and this is the problem with the terms and conditions now, they should not be too legally complex and filled with the boilerplate, which obviously does not benefit anyone except for perhaps the law firm drafting this. So one of the solutions, again, that we would identify then are the decentralized solutions, giving very real control to the individual citizen. There are things being developed in ESIF between different public sector actors, the member states closer to the citizens, the regions even, and the European Commission, the European Union. And then further, obviously, the energy and creativity of the private sector, giving things, again, very simply. I want my data managed in this kind of way. I can see it. These things, perhaps I individually don't care about. These things are very important to me. I want to push that a smart contract or other tool can manage this for me. So again, we have a lot of optimism as one of the alternatives being the self-sovereign identity solutions, for instance, as being developed in ESIF, which can contribute to the policy priority to create a secure European e-identity that citizens can trust because they control how and which data are disclosed. And this is actually our President von der Leyen who said that. And the SSI, we think, based on decentralized ledger technologies, offers this proposed solution as an option under the new EU EID regulation.
Thank you. So I would also like to draw the attention of our audience that we are open for questions. So if you have any questions, please indicate so. Until then, I would like to have your opinion on a second question, which at least for me seems very important, namely that of interoperability. So it looks like, of course, these frameworks should work across borders, across different also digital borders across different services. How do you see we can guarantee the interoperability of these solutions? And maybe we start with Nishan, because I think that you are already active in some of these initiatives.
It's, thank you, Dr. Nepal. I mean, to also briefly touch on, I think the last question, I think Peter and Celia spoke very well about terms and conditions and the so-called TLDR, too long didn't read sensibilities that we have now, and that is an important thing that we need to look at. But looking at interoperability, I think that's key, because of course we're talking about blockchain and of course decentralized other kind of decentralization technologies, but of course there are also other technologies, and let's not forget as well that technologies change. So of course we're talking about the current I guess evolution of blockchain right now, but when we look as time progresses, technologies will change, and really what we I think need to avoid is building the framework based on the technology, and then of course should technology and use of data change, the framework doesn't necessarily is no longer fit for purpose. So really we need to ensure that the frameworks that we're building are, I don't want to go as far as saying technology agnostic, but I think it allows, irrespective of the security implementations, that the overall infrastructure and framework supports a lot of the and promotes a lot of the things that we're talking about here. But that interoperability, of course, is key, because especially from a private sector perspective as well, where different companies have different solutions, which of course have different data models, and how they utilize their data, algorithmically or whatnot, it is very, very different as well. And I mean, to give an example, if we look at the health sector, for example, and healthcare services, of course, the data that I generate from in terms of my health and what the health or the authorities here or in the UK have on me, of course, they utilize that to deliver whatever health deliverables they need to do. But what's held in the UK, for example, and what's held in Finland is probably quite different data because of the different times that I've been in these two different countries. And of course, the data that I'm generating, perhaps from wearable devices that creates data that could be usable from a healthcare perspective. But then, of course, there are two different levels of legal frameworks that define what data can be used. So data that is collected from a healthcare provider obviously are subject to certain HIPAA or HL7 or those sorts of frameworks. But then from a consumer perspective, it's not as strict. But then if you have that data that could be useful there, then how do you connect the two? How do you create that interoperability between them and create that standardization? And I think really that's, I think perhaps you're probably the better person to answer this question than me from an IEEE perspective, because of course IEEE, that's the business of IEEE is to create that standardized process between multi-stakeholders to really define a standardized approach to this. But I think looking at it from this perspective, again, it's really key. I think it's understanding the problems, understanding some of the elements about how data is used and why, as Cecilia was talking about. But then from that understanding, then figuring out how to put that into whether it's a legislative process that drives it, whether it's actually the utilization of certain technologies that can provide a solution that actually progresses that, or whether it's just by virtue of having the forum, by virtue of having an initiative where the different stakeholders can cross-pollinate. That in itself might allow for certain interoperability of technologies and data. But I think this is definitely, where we're at the forefront of and where the work needs to be happening. I think the historical or the legacy approach of having these technologies and efforts in silo, I think it's really reached its kind of climax to a point, and really we need to figure out a way of actually standardizing and allowing for both the normalization of data and the interoperability of data, whilst including the agency and I guess consented use of such data in those processes.
Thank you, Nishan. Yeah, indeed, we have a lot of initiatives, as you know, regarding to digital identity as well as to digital sovereignty, which is about also defining where are the, let's say, the digital borders. We no longer have physical borders, but digital borders across services and so on. So, Peteris, I would be interested, are there any initiatives from the EU to support this interoperability that was mentioned before?
Well, I mean, I think the whole process of the European Blockchain Partnership, which are 29 EU countries, and the upcoming collaboration with the EU EID initiative, which is again with the same countries, is one in interoperability between legacy systems and a self-sovereign identity based on distributed ledger technologies and blockchain. Further, we have a proof of concept with Canada, so going globally on initiatives related to self-sovereign identity, and also work at earlier stages with Australia and Japan, at least on discussions, reflections on the way that such an approach can be implemented. The European Self-Sovereignty Identity Framework is one of the use cases of the European Blockchain Partnership, and it's aiming to develop and deliver cross-border self-sovereign identity, which, I mean, obviously, again, has to interact with legacy systems, things like driver's license, other issues. And it's offering a test environment right now for blockchain and DLT solutions, including self-sovereign identity, in conjunction and coordination with the existing legacy solutions or new centralized solutions that may be developed within the member states. And then obviously with a perspective of public-private partnership collaboration beyond the collaboration we have now, which is buying, procuring solutions that can be implemented in a public service context, but also to perhaps have public-private partnerships as the ministerial declaration on a European blockchain partnerships offers the possibility for, and identity could be definitely one of the areas that could be explored.
Just a follow-up questions. Are standard setting organizations involved in this effort?
Very, very definitely. I mean, we have the work that we are undertaking with ISO Technical Committee 307, also with initiatives in ETSI, Senelec. We had a whole set of standardization and blockchain roundtables that just closed recently that were addressing many different subjects. And as well, the ESIF framework is looking both how to utilize standards that are being developed and contribute to the standardization process. I mean, a challenge that you always have when people are very busy working on an initiative like this, and then I'm in the policy position of also saying to the member states experts and my own experts, oh, and let's give input into standardization. I mean, it is extra work. I mean, in my mind, from a policy point of view, absolutely essential, but it is extra work on top of building the thing. So this is a question that we have to have, how to make it, again, simpler and easier for the practitioners who perhaps have not been allotted the time to do this, especially by their employer, to be able to participate in the standardization process. But it's definitely a policy goal of ours, and hopefully we are giving the input and will be giving even more in the future.
Thank you. I think this is indeed very important. Cecilia, up to you. So will Facebook and other private companies then accept this EID, or how do you see that interoperability working here?
As I mentioned before, it very much depends on the use cases that each company has or respected to. It is not the same thing, I think, to enable to join the social network per se, as to whether you are looking for combating hate speech, as to whether you are looking for ensure that the age detection is appropriate for certain content. So each kind of goal deserve, we think, the relevant approach, at least that you have a risk-based approach. And I think that this kind of systems, as long as we have the choice in order to be able to choose which is the right authentication method in order for the goal that you want to obtain be more effective and to be the less privacy invasive, I think that this is the beauty of the thing. So not necessarily to have like the system, which is also probably not the best one to be scalable around the world, also for companies definitely like Facebook, that there are many others, either they are already providing global services or they would like to grow in order to be able to provide global services. Nishan was mentioning the element of inclusion, and this is also something that needs to be taken into account when developing or thinking of systems. It's not that there is black and white situation, it's the system and that's it. I think the systems are good as they fit for the purpose, and as long as they are able, let's say, to offer the best alternative with respect to the state of the technology that you have and the kind of goal that you want to achieve, which I think that this is in the interest of everyone. When thinking about inclusion and also the problems of scalability with respect to security that Nishan was also touching upon. These are two kind of, I would not necessarily see constraints, but circumstances that definitely you need to take into account with respect to how you are building, let's say, your different alternatives. Maybe we should not be only putting all the eggs in one single basket, but think about the baskets that are available and take the best that you can for the goals that you need to serve. I would just love to share with you one figure that for me was striking, that in a 2019 study, the World Bank found that an estimated 1 billion people worldwide lack access to basic identification documents. This is very impressive. Sometimes I think that we are not conscious of how lucky we are in Europe and other developed countries to see that even though we have, I would say, the figures for Europe are not that terrible, but still, I think there were a certain million already of people, even in Europe, who are also in this situation. But still, we are not the only ones. And when we are thinking of a system that is to be scalable, and this is the thing that we are thinking, we should be thinking that there are many parts of the world and many also kind of marginalized people that we need also to think when we are developing this kind of eggs in the basket, if I may reuse my former expression.
Thank you. Yes, so I think that inclusion is indeed very important. So also in IEEE, we have an initiative on digital inclusion and trust, and it's exactly about the issues that you mentioned. So we have one question from the audience, and I think this will be also our last question, because in the end, we have also a small session with a reporter on the key points. So if you could answer me this question, which came from Miguel: would a transparency control label similar to food labels make sense for services, applications, equipment that handle our data? So basically it's about certification, if I understand it correctly. So what are your views on this? And also maybe last thoughts, if you can do this in 2 minutes, that would be great. So let's start with Nishan.
Great, thank you. That's actually it's a good idea, and especially when you think of food labeling, of course, there's a lot of detail that could go into it, but not the end user doesn't necessarily need to know a lot of this stuff. And I think some countries have, for example, the traffic light system. So green means good, orange means too much salt or whatever it is, and they can make their informed choices. And I think that's really key, because that touches upon what Cecilia's been talking about choice, about people being informed enough to know what is happening and whether or not they want to use the particular product or solution. And I think one thing we need to also steer clear of when it comes to building these frameworks is the view of creating a universal system that fits everything, which I mean doesn't work. And Peter was also touching upon some of the challenges as well from the government perspective when it comes to standardization as well, in that it ultimately creates more work and needs more resources. And we end up kind of venturing into the world of a bit of a Kafka-esque type of scenario, right? So I think these sorts of things I think are really what need to be considered in how do we do it in a way that is simple but not misleading. And going away from the 25 pages of terms and conditions where you just agree because you need to use the platform or whatever it is, and then when you find out afterwards that they're using your data well, you refer to the terms and conditions that you agreed to, right? So I think this is ultimately what it boils down to. But I think that's my, for a final thought, I think really, I think with all of these approaches, at least from my perspective, I think what's key is that there needs to be this hybrid between them. I don't think one can really lead the way as such, and without sounding too utopian, we should all really lead together. But I think from the point of view of that, we can all bring different perspectives, and the different stakeholders have the different needs. Of course, it's important that private companies, there needs to be the business driver there, of course, because of course it's a business, but at the same time, and regulation needs to be there to protect the public and citizens and whatnot, but without it being an inhibitor to business, and at the same time business not being exploitative of the people, and the people, of course, who are the end users, get the things that they want to get, and everyone can be productive and whatnot. So I think the appetite and the impetus is there. It's just, I think we just need to start doing, less talk and more doing.
If I may also participate in this discussion about this kind of nutrition labels, I think that this is definitely something that I would like to see and contribute. I may think of already initiatives that exist in the AI space regarding motor cards that were started by Google, and that Facebook is also working on this, and many other companies which are trying to do this. The thing that is difficult is to choose which is the audience for which you are drafting the thing. Are you drafting the thing for the regulators? Are you drafting the thing for developers? Are you drafting the thing for the users? So this is something that you always need to understand the audience in order to adapt, let's say, the nutrition labels from this point of view. In the GDPR, there was an initiative that was failing, unfortunately, when the GDPR was discussed with respect to trying to use icons in order to deliver the long privacy policy that we are obliged to do, but nobody's happy with. And this failed. I do not think that we should be thinking that we should not be working towards this, but when we think about the regulators, it's not only to protect the users, but also the companies in order that they are able to do this. Because if you still have the obligation to address 13 things that are listed in the law, you need to address them. And therefore, there is the tension, let's say, between information, exhaustive information, and transparency. I think to be transparent doesn't mean to explain everything, but to explain the things that matters with respect to the goals that you need to achieve. And I will finish with something that I was actually preaching a bit when I was in my former position in the pharma companies. We were trying to do a consent form for clinical trials, which is quite important for you because you are going to receive drugs in the process that are tested. And I was telling them, if when we are in the plane, we have been able to have things that are so important for our security, and in a leaflet of 2 pages with plenty of drawings, in order for you to know what you need to do in the plane in case there is an accident, maybe we should be able to draft this in a consent form for patients in order to know what is going to happen here. But for this, we need also that the legislator helps us, that he has also this mindset, because otherwise we will still obliged to do the thing that we are not passionate about, which is to draft these very long privacy policies that at the end of the day are serving lawyers, as I was myself, that I was very proud to tick all the boxes, but not necessarily delivering the thing. So I am a fan of the nutrition labels, Miguel, to answer your question, with respect to this area as well.
Thank you, Cecilia. So, Peteris, you have the last word, and also, as you see, there is expectations on the government side. So, how would you like to respond?
Okay, the last word is a nice benefit. I mean, I would say, obviously, I mean, another of my dossiers is digital standardization. So we support standardization certification. But I think there's an important point to make here. While supporting user empowerment and individual autonomy, it's not to put responsibilities onto the citizen. Okay, here it is. Take care of yourself. Go look at these different frameworks. Try to figure out what's safe and what is not. Both the legal framework has to be simple and protect the fundamental rights of the citizens. So things that violate fundamental rights, I mean, should not be allowed in the EU. And then between things which might be better or a little bit, how to say, not as good, then it is really giving people easy to use tools. I mean, this really has to be kind of a button, a choice in an app, and easy to understand. I mean, we think that this section in the new EU IDES regulation, the new EU EID regulation on the new trust services for electronic ledgers will provide this. I mean, obviously with the inputs of the private sector and its creativity, providing users with proof and an immutable audit trail for the sequencing of data that are annotated on a ledger in a way that is important for ensuring the trustworthiness, and that we think that this can be very much a step in supporting data pooling and data sharing, which is a central element under the Commission's data strategy, and trust in DLT infrastructures will be key in scaling up such solutions. And obviously it almost goes without saying that the infrastructures have to be in line with fundamental rights as a starting point.
Thank you very much. So my conclusion, at least, is that we don't have any preferred solution. We need the involvement of all the stakeholders, the government, the private companies, as well as the citizens, in order to handle such important issues as interoperability, inclusion, certification, and so on. Thank you very much for your valuable contributions, and I think we are now at the end of our session. Please stay for 6 more minutes. As far as I understand, we have a reporter who was assigned to this session and who would like to check with you if the key messages were the right ones. So here I would like to hear the moderator, the technical moderator, if this is the case.
Okay, I assume I can take the floor. Can you hear me? Okay,
Yes.
good. Yes. Hello, everybody. My name is Ilona Stadnik. I'm a Geneva Internet Platform reporter assigned for your session. And I will be trying to quickly summarize the main points from this discussion. It was quite challenging, I must confess. But anyway, I prepared 7 messages. I will show them one by one, and I will ask after each statement to indicate whether there is a strict objection. So we're trying to have rough consensus on them. If there is something that is completely not in the line of the discussion, just indicate it to me and I will remove this message from the list, okay? So let's move forward. The first one. The use of personal data is proliferating, but legal frameworks for the data governance are very slow to address the concerns of the governments, private sector, and citizens.
So I don't think that if this is me, because I know that I have been using proliferation, the proliferation was not referring to the use of personal data, but to the use of the proposals that are calling for various forms of authentication.
Okay, so anyway, the use of data is also proliferating, right?
Yes, but this is not the point. The point is to talk about the authentication methods.
Okay, if I add authentication methods, will it be better?
Yes, but you should delete the use of personal data because the point here is to speak about the authentication methods that exist or that there are proposals that are talking about how to address these authentication methods.
Yeah, I think I also used proliferation, but in the context of the technology itself. Yeah.
Okay. So,
and I don't know if we can say that legal frameworks are very slow. I mean, it's in the eye of the beholder what people think of GDPR and the Data Governance Act, but I mean, they're out there and adopted and being implemented. So I think slow is perhaps not the correct adjective. Need to address or better address. I mean, you could say that if you want to be critical.
Yeah, I think because I think this is sounding like a point that I might have made. I think my comparison was between the speed at which the advancement of technology versus the development of the legal framework. So it's not to say that you know legal frameworks are slow. It's that by comparison, the technology advances at a pace that sometimes the bureaucracy and everything that is required in order to develop the legal framework is usually outpaced. Of course, you know, to condense that down into a salient point might be a bit more difficult. But that was my.
I think we can agree that the technology moves faster. Though I would say not necessarily bureaucracy. I mean, the thing that takes a lot of time for us is the parliament and the member states debates, which is a democracy, and I think it's very necessary.
Okay, I see there is a lot of different views on that. I can just remove this, and probably later you can contact the Digital Watch Observatory with additional comments. Okay, so we can.
Or I mean, I think you could say the legal frameworks need to. I mean, if people want to be critical, better or more rapidly address. I think those are all, being democratic. I and the European Union are open to criticism, but I was just saying that the legal frameworks are there.
Okay, need to rapidly address is much better because they are there. Okay, let's leave it as it is and move forward. Privacy, security, and sovereignty concerns are getting deeper at the background of the COVID-19 vaccination. Any objection to it? Okay. In designing the data governance frameworks, we should bring to the table all proposals coming from public, private sectors and citizens.
I would say that what we are addressing again is not the data necessarily governance framework. We already have legislation for this, is the authentication frameworks. This is the topics that we have been discussing today.
Yes, I agree with you. Okay, it is important for a citizen to know how his data is used, stored, secured, what are the stages, who has access to each at each particular point. Citizens should have tools to manage how the data is used by different entities in a decentralized manner.
It's not something that I have said, but I think there has not been necessarily a push for any of us with respect to a decentralized manner per se, but maybe a focus on the fact that it will be good that they have the choice, even though if I can summarize something that Petris was also saying, that we should not put the responsibility, let's say, on the user to be, let's say, confronted to very difficult panoply of choices, in which it's difficult for the citizens to be able to do this. But I think there was this idea of choice and to keep it simple. If I may summarize this.
Yeah, so I mean, I would say for that point that perhaps citizens should have a choice to understand how their data is used, rather than managing, who's using the data, just to understand, okay, this is how my data is being used. I think that's perhaps the better.
So the key point was they are not to have to really manage how it is used, but just to have a choice to know, right?
I would say to control, which is for those who want to manage and those who simply want to know. I mean, I think we had both variants, because I think our citizens are very different people, and we need to address all of them. Yeah. So either say fine with me, or I want to donate it myself to the clinical trials or whatever.
And the decentralized manner is the thing that I would remove. It's not that it is a bad idea per se, but it's one idea among others that could be addressed.
Valid. I was talking about decentralized, but there's other ways too.
Yes, I think so.
Both private and public sectors should work to develop a better visualization of data governance. Okay, not data, but authentication frameworks, comprehensible by citizens. And final, in developing innovative data, but okay, not data, but it was also about data governance, not? We should keep in mind the interoperability issue to ensure consistency in technology standards for the normalization of data, while including the agency and consent use of such data.
So again, is authentication frameworks the topic that we have been discussing? Of course, at the end, for these authentication mechanisms, depending on which is the one that you use, there will be data. But the point that is behind is to think about the authentication methods that could be different. And that's why it's so important to understand some of them could be maybe more useful in certain kind of high risk or low risk situations.
So we have Jörn who would like to contribute. Jörn?
I have two suggestions. Why shouldn't we not only say authentication, but authentication and identification? Because it's not only about authentication. So in both parts where we use authentication, And concerning the decentralized manner, I think it has been mentioned, but not as the only way. So that they should have a choice to where was it to choose the entities, how their data is managed by different entities or in a decentralized manner. So they should have a choice whether they want to choose an entity or whether they want to choose a decentralized manner to manage their data.
So citizens should have a choice to control how the data is used and by
how the data is used by different entities, or how the data is used and managed maybe by different entities or in a decentralized manner. So they should have a choice to do it in a decentralized way. They should not be obliged to do it in a decentralized way, but it should be an option.
Maybe if it helps, we can say how, so to control how the data is managed in a centralized or decentralized manner, in order that you see the difference between the two, if this is something that helps for the comprehension.
Yeah. That's fine.
I think that's a good way. Yes, exactly.
So could anybody repeat, please, the whole
in a centralized or decentralized manner?
Okay. Now
if I may, just to be a bit picky, I'm so sorry. Since we are Europeans, can we use the centralized with an S?
It will be then edited. No worries.
Okay.
Very good. Very good.
Okay, I think we are done. Thank you for the help. As I already said, you will have the opportunity to comment on that after the EuroDIG is coming to an end. And if there are some really important additions or omissions that we made, we can revise it and re-edit. Thank you for the help and for having me.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you all for having participated to the session, and thanks also to the rapporteur and the speakers and the audience. We are going to resume after lunch break with the keynote speech of Roberto Viola at 1:15, if I am not, no, it can't be, at 2:15. Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye to everybody. Ciao.
Bye-bye.
Ciao, ciao.
away. So much time has passed away. The wheel of fortune keeps on turning and turning. No chance to bring back time. Yesterday seems far behind. The lies are gone. Where are all the answers? Gotta get all the way. Got to get all the way. Gotta get all the way from F to K. Gotta get all the way. Got to get all the way. Gotta get all the way from F to K. The more I look, the more I pine. Though it's all beyond my mind. Sometimes words have to remain unspoken.
I'm here. Studio Brugge is live. Yes, I've just made him a co-host so he can unmute himself if we'd like to. Mr. Viola, I'm sending you an unmute request. If you could click yes, then you should be able to unmute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me. Okay, fine.
He's not in the room yet. All good. I'll see you in a minute. I can hear you. Yes.
Yes, Sandra, I unmuted myself, so I hope it works. I see my image is very clear, or is it? Perfect.
Welcome back, everyone, after the lunch break. I hope you enjoyed the morning program and also the lunch break, and I hope that our gather environment, the virtual space, was not too challenging for you and you had some good discussions over there. Some of you might have recognized we had issues with our EuroDIG wiki. There was a major power supply problem in Frankfurt, but this is resolved now, and all the information like access links, etc., are available on the wiki again. So we apologize for this inconvenience in the morning, but this was not in our hands. But now we are back, and you are back in our hands, and I would like to welcome you to the afternoon program, and we are going to start with the keynote speeches in our studio in Bruges, and I call on Nadja.
Hello.
Nadja, nice to see you again. How was the morning program?
It was wonderful. The first focus session focused on greening the internet, and we had a really active discussion. Really great breakout sessions where participants were engaging with the speakers who were presenting beforehand, and afterwards really interesting reporting back. So we look forward to the EuroDIG messages.
Okay, and could you let us know how this new format worked out in the virtual space? It was kind of an experiment, and organizers from Focus Session 1 were very eager to try out this new format. How was this?
It was very interesting. In the beginning, they were able to present their thoughts and ideas. And while there were some open discussions, going into breakout rooms, into the really finer details, they were able to really focus on very specific issues.
Okay, and from the distance, I also realized that there was indeed a kind of agreement process and discussion on the messages. It was not just that they were adopted, but I could also recognize in one of the other studios that there were really some back and forth questions on these issues, which is great because this is what EuroDIG is about. It's about a dialogue on internet governance and not just having speeches and giving some sort of output afterwards. But now I would like to hand over to my dear colleague, Ambassador Thomas Schneider, who would like to introduce and walk our keynote speakers through this program. And I see you later.
Thank you, Sandra. I'm happy to introduce two important representatives from two important, of course, European institutions. The first one, Roberto Viola, Director General from DG Connect, the Communications, Networks, Content and Technology of the European Commission. And then we'll have the Council of Europe. And interestingly, it is actually, I need to thank Roberto as an Italian for the lesson that the Italian football team taught the Swiss team about 10 days ago about how to give all you can until the very last minute, because we needed this last night in France, and your lesson has actually had an effect. And of course, we'll all be curious to see how Italy and Belgium, Patrick, that will come after that, will be from Belgium. So we have quite some parallels here. Not just the amphitheater in the background that looks like a football stadium, but things are going on in parallel here. So let me welcome Roberto Viola. His keynote speech is mainly also linked to what we'll discuss right after these speeches in Focus Session 2. It's about digital interdependence, how to govern a space that is so interdependent, where everything is linked to everything. So we are very keen to hear you, Roberto, and thank you for being with us.
Many thanks to you for having invited me. It's a real pleasure to join you virtually. This is the 14th Forum on Intergovernance, and it's a really an important dialogue for us and for the whole community. And I'm also very pleased, very much like the Eurocup, it's spread all over Europe, this dialogue, and virtually connected. And this is a bit the meaning of what you'll be discussing, which is the strategy for the digital decade. I mean, the next 10 years that we are going to live. As Einstein used to say, it's much more interesting in the future because that's where we are going to live rather than the past. And nobody, of course, knows what is going to be the year 2030. I mean, digital goes so quickly. And I mean, things we thought were important 10 years ago turn to be less important. Things which were not thinking about turn to be very important. And then it will be the same. But what is really important is how we get there and how to get there. And that's the whole meaning of the European strategy, this digital compass, this navigation map, how to navigate in the next 10 years in the digital ecospace and make sure that, we actually safely land in 2030 with solid values, with respect to human being, with solid democratic roots and respect for freedom of speech. That whatever is the technology is not going to change. We today witness a virtual event where many people coming from everywhere are connected. And this is an example of what could be the format of the post-pandemic society. Sometimes I call it the distance-less society. Well, distance-less could sound a little bit like an oxymoron, because we are all distant. At the same time, as today, we are all together. So in the society of the future, what really counts most is the physical distance or the digital distance, or a bit of the mix of the two. Well, I would say, and that's really the core message we are trying to give with the digital decade strategy, we should make sure that our society, the internet we want, allows us to have zero distance, one to the other. Allows us to work where we want to work and stay maybe in the countryside. That's also better for the environment. You know, during the pandemic, we've been observing the environment very much also to understand the link between the spread of the coronavirus and environmental factor. And through our satellites, what you normally see and what you normally experience before the pandemic are these yellow spots around the big cities. These are not really good spots. They signal high pollution. And during the lockdown, these spots started to shrink and even to disappear. So out of this tragedy, because that's clearly a collective tragedy, this pandemic, we see something good. That, moving less, because we like to move, but not because we need to move, also is better for the environment. And that's a bit the core of a distance-less society. A society where people decide to move when they like to move. A society where people are not obliged to move to work or obliged to move to study, where people have this equal opportunities wherever they are. And the consequences of this new way of living and working together are really profound, because we might have a much more sustainable environment in terms of the way we live together. We might have people that are not forced anymore to change routes, to move from one country to another, sometimes living a drama out of it because they need to work, or they need to eat, or they need a better life. That's why the zero distance society, we think, is a better society. But we need to get there. And if we count together the digital distances, which is a good measure of the equality index of the internet, when looking at the governance of internet, I think in the future, more and more, you have to understand whether between you and others there's a distance. A network that doesn't function keeps you distant from the others. Today we can speak and interact together, maybe in a relatively primitive form. In the future will be virtual interaction with virtual reality. It's because we have decent connections. But the connection has to be better, and better for every citizen in Europe. And that's why one of our cardinal points of the digital decade is to make sure that every citizen, no matter where the citizen lives, no matter what is the economic condition, enjoys very good broadband connection to the internet. This universal right of being connected with good quality, it's one of the fundamental pillars of the digital decade, and that's of the European society of the future. Without connection, we are distant. But also, if we don't know how to use tools, we are distant as well. Because we cannot communicate, we cannot use the platforms that are needed. We don't have the basic skills. That's the other thing we have to crack. We have to make sure that every citizen has the basic knowledge to interact and work with the digital society, and we have to make sure that not only the engineers of the future, but the doctors of the future, the architects of the future, whoever works has a fairly good knowledge of digital tools. Even the artists of the future, they need to know about artificial intelligence and big data. And that's the other big objective. So the other big objective is the people, infrastructure and people. The third big objective is to make sure that also companies can scale up and use, digital tools to be better. And again, a traditional company, and the backbone, of the European industry is small SMEs. A traditional company that doesn't know how to use digital tools is a company that is distant from every other market participant. That's why scaling up using digital tools in SMEs is so important. That's the third cardinal point. The fourth cardinal point is to make sure that the administration, the healthcare works and functions in your pocket. One of the things you have experienced, and it was actually put together in 3 months, is the digital Corona Pass or Green Pass or whatever you call it. Before the pandemic, if someone would have told me that we would have been able to invent it and put it in 3 months in the pocket of everyone, hundreds of millions of citizens, I would say you are crazy. But we did it. We made sure that all the health system could digitally sign and could be interoperable. So basically all the member states now are ready. Many of you, I'm sure, have already downloaded it. And this is just the beginning, because the next step is the European identity, because on the internet, if you don't own your identity, you don't master your identity, you are nobody. It's like in the real life. Of course, you are who you are and you have the right to anonymity, but there are times where you have to prove your identity. And the identity cannot be the identity that the one platform, commercial platform or the other have given you. It must be your identity. It must be the identity you control. It must be the qualities, the attributes that you release because you want to release them. You don't need the history of your life to buy a pair of shoes, of course. You just need the proof of payment and an address. And that's what is about this new way of doing things. And this is the next and the fourth important cardinal point for the digital decade, what we call the digital administration, the digital healthcare in the palm of your hand. So these 4 points, infrastructure, competencies, scaling up of industry, digital services for the people, are the 4 cardinal points of the digital decade. And of course, to do it, you must walk the talk. That's why, together with the digital decade strategy, we have presented the fundamental laws that would regulate, hopefully the next 10 years, the digital ecosphere. First of all, we have completed, we have now kind of the trilogy, the 3 jewels about what we call the human-centric internet governance. We are the only region in the world which has a law on internet neutrality, jewel number 1. Jewel number 2, we have presented the Digital Service Act that makes sure that nobody is above the law. No private platform can enforce its own way of doing things, but citizens have a right. Citizens have a right to upload, to do what they like, of course, provided this is legal. And the legality cannot be based on personal judgment of one or the other commercial platforms, especially when they are big. They must have responsibility towards the customers and the citizens. And they must check for systemic risk, and they must know if they are selling online what kind of marketplace participants are part of the ecosystem. The other point is market force. Market force of large systemic actors cannot be an impediment to free internet. It cannot be the reason why a small SME cannot sell online. That's why the Digital Market Act makes sure that no matter how big is the platform, if this platform is a gatekeeper in terms of a bottleneck for doing business, the platform must be open to whoever participant, even small, that has rights to control the data that this seller or this market participant generates, has rights to be transparent, to be treated in a non-discriminatory way. So these are the three fundamental elements which we hope Internet will be a better place. And then also we proposed to the first ever legislation in the world, systematic horizontal legislation like GDPR for artificial intelligence. The approach we have taken is that, first of all, artificial intelligence is a blessing for the human being, and most of the application of artificial intelligence are not problematic. It is not problematic to have a nice AI-based photo camera in your smartphone and show to your friends how good you are to make pictures. This is nice, this is good. And there are plenty of consumer protection laws that allow you to be user-friendly when it comes to these products. Maybe moving a bit up, because for us it's a kind of pyramid. I mean, you have cases where you want to know whether you are actually chatting with an AI or you're chatting with a human being, and that's your right to know. And that's also your right also to have a human review. Then moving up, there are cases in which artificial intelligence algorithms are used in life-threatening circumstances. Now, the word might sound scary, but even, driving a car could be dangerous, if something goes wrong. So everything, a machine that, it's very good for us, but could put human life at risk, being in a car, being something, in an hospital, it's of course an high-risk application of AI, which we need to have clear rules about how the algorithm is generated, documented, what are the performances, what is the third-party independent entity that has reviewed the algorithm, how the algorithm is described, where the data set comes from. And this is what we call the category of AI, high-risk application. And then on the top of this pyramid in the European regulation of AI, you have the AI that we don't want to see, never ever in Europe. The AI that makes social scoring. This is our proposal. This must be banned in Europe. No citizens can be socially scored in a kind of indiscriminate way. That should be out of Europe. Second, AI, which is totally banned, according to our proposal, is the AI that manipulates people below their level of conscience. Take, for instance, a truck driver, and take a signal that it's injected just to keep the driver awake. So the AI recognizes that it's a bit sleepy, and then to keep this driver working more, there's kind of a wake-up signal. This thing must be forbidden. This is dangerous, and this is against the human being. The third category of AI, which is forbidden according to our regulation, is the one that exploits the good faith of minors, so people that don't have all the capacity of an adult to understand, to choose, and this type of AI also should be banned. So we have created this pyramid. It's called the risk-based approach. We regulate only if there's risk. If there's no risk, there's no regulation. And this, of course, must be together with serious investments in competence centers, in testing centers, in friendly and transparent AI algorithms. Some said, the project of Europe of regulating AI will never work because an algorithm cannot be documented. We don't believe this is true. We do believe instead that the AI can always be explained. Of course, the more the algorithm is complicated, the more it's complicated to explain. But when it comes to applications which are putting life at risk, there must be the necessity to explain things. So this is the way we want to live the next 10 years. We want to live the next 10 years in a distance-less society that respects human beings, respects democracy, respects freedom of speech, fundamental rights, and treats every citizen equally. Of course, we don't know the technology in 2030, but doesn't matter. We want to make sure that the European money is invested to get there, to get everyone the connection, to get good skills, to get startups scaling up, and to get a better administration. That's our compass. And this, of course, also means, as I said, work in the talk by presenting legislation that goes in this philosophy. Some have called this in the word the Brussels effect. I don't know. I mean, if I would like to call it better the European effect. And you are the internet governance community. You are the first defendant of these values around the world and these ideas. And of course, I mean, you are here to be vocal and criticize when things are wrong. But I hope you will join us in defending this idea of the digital decade and the way we want to be living in the future a bit more closer together, digitally closer together. That probably means also being physically closer together. Many thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Roberto, for this very interesting and relevant outlines about the vision of the EU on the digital decade. And you've touched, of course, a number of very important points. Just to highlight one or two is the zero distance idea may actually, thanks to digital technologies, may help us to solve a number of problems, not just in Europe, but also in Europe. Another thing is the incredible speed that we witnessed also from our administrations, and the vaccination passports are something that is really remarkable. What is happening in many countries, and I personally do hope that I will be able to use this pass in about 10 days' time when I will travel to your beautiful country for holiday with my family. So let's see whether we also make it interoperable between countries. And just to raise the last issue that you mentioned, of course, AI has been a buzzword for some years now, but it will not go away. It will continue. And as a Swiss, I'm delighted to see that the vision of the EU, of the Commission, is in line with what, and we'll get to Patrick, with what the Council of Europe is doing. I'm a member of the CAHI Bureau, so we all have an interest to come up with a vision that is coherent and that in the end things work together in a way that we have a coherent system of regulation of how to use these technologies and make sure that they are used for the good things and not used for the bad things, some of which you outlined. So I'm very happy to see that we are all working towards the same line, everyone in his role. With this, thank you a lot, Roberto. Hope to see you again physically soon, whether in Brussels or in Italy or wherever. Now we will move to Patrick Pennings from the Council of Europe. He's head of Information Society Department of the Council of Europe. And he will also make a contribution that will be in particularly targeting workshop 4 and 7, which are about data protection and AI, and actually can build perfectly on what Roberto Viola just said. So Patrick, I hope you are with us and can hear me.
Pennings, wo ist denn der Zoom?
Yes, I can. I hope you can hear me.
I can see and hear you. So
very good. Very good, Thomas.
So since we are a little bit short of time, I will stop talking and hand over the floor to you immediately and wish you all of luck for the next football game, although I don't know my heart beats for both of you. So please draw and don't create a winner, but that is not possible. So the floor is yours, Patrick. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Thomas. I don't know if it is the results of the football match yesterday, but today in Strasbourg, the rain is pouring down and it is a very stormy weather. So I hope that my connection remains despite the environment in which we have to work now. Just quickly, I could, of course, fully adhere to what has been said. I think with what Roberto said is exactly also in line with what the Council of Europe is doing. So in that sense, and we are cooperating very closely together. We are very much involved in the development of the Digital Services Act. We have been negotiating and discussing also about the artificial intelligence package. So we're very closely working together, and that's a good sign. Of course, we have our particular emphasis, we have our particular approach, and that is focusing on human rights, rule of law, and democracy, pluralist democracy. So that's our angle and our take on digital developments. For us, since the inception of the Pan-European dialogue on internet governance, the Council of Europe has supported it with full commitment. We hosted already, and you remember that, Thomas, at our premises in Strasbourg, the EuroDIG, one of the first EuroDIGs, and already there our joint messages were extremely clear. There was then, and there still is, a need for a multi-stakeholder dialogue to guide the development of the internet in a way that promotes human rights and fundamental freedoms, the rule of law, and democracy. And we have taken that example of multi-stakeholder dialogue also to other arenas. For the second year in a row, this event is now purely held online, and despite that, all of you are present here. That shows that the EuroDIG initiative, for me, is indeed resilient and relevant in a world that is accelerating its digital transformation. Amongst the themes that concern us all as citizens, there is of course the environmental issue, how to ensure sustainable development in a world increasingly dependent on technology and with people accustomed to and even expecting, I would say, constant technological improvements. Of course, these developments are often not without an environmental cost. The collection of increased amounts of data, AI modeling, storage of information, and decentralized ledgers, accelerated obsolescence of consumer products may be quite resource intensive. Therefore, we have to be absolutely clear on where we stand. We may need to find the right balance between technological agility and sustainability. The question of increasing disproportion in the data processing and decision-making capabilities is also equally central. The providers of digital services and platforms, they possess an enormous amount of information, including personal data, I would say, including sensitive data and cutting-edge technology. With such data and technology, these providers today can constructively contribute, as Roberto was saying, to the formation of public opinion as never before. But just as easily, unfortunately, they can facilitate the spread of false information, overwhelm people's data processing capacities, exploit fears and prejudices by means of manipulative micro-targeting, artificial polarization in filter bubbles, and many other methods. The need to ensure a responsible use of technology does not end here. It is equally relevant for the increasing number of situations where the disproportionately powerful, be it governmental institutions or corporations, use automated decision-making affecting the others. Are the numerous concerns raised by the civil society, by you and by the academia, well heard by those in a position to regulate or self-regulate on this matter? That's an important question to be asked. All of these issues must be addressed by proper governance, by building adequate public policies, and we already see that a key role here is played by intergovernmental organizations such as the United Nations, the UNESCO, the OECD, and the European Commission, as we've heard from Roberto. Our organization, the Council of Europe, has been working for years to develop public policies aimed at shaping the evolution and use of digital technologies and the internet. So, to that end, we have been there at the outset, employing a multi-stakeholder approach and contributing in various ways, in particular through the declaration by the Committee of Ministers already 10 years ago on internet governance principles. Since then, our in-depth work is focused on the development of internet governance standards and their effective implementation. These standards are in accordance with the case law of the European Court of Human Rights, of course. The court stresses that member states have an obligation to secure the right and freedoms enshrined in the convention to everyone within their jurisdiction, whether that be offline and online. It is always useful to recall that the rule of law is a prerequisite for the effective exercise of human rights and for a pluralistic and participatory democracy. Having just seen the results of election results here in France with a very poor level of participation, this becomes, of course, all the more important. So what are now the last achievements of the Council of Europe in the field of internet governance? We understand from our side that social media service providers and other internet intermediaries nowadays have a profound influence on the public discourse and the formation of public opinion. And with great power comes also great responsibility. We therefore promote the rule of law approach to the governance of these intermediaries, with self-regulations as an important complementary form of governance. Already in 2018, the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe adopted a recommendation on the role and the responsibilities of internet intermediaries, which acknowledges their curational and editorial roles and call on states to assign to them corresponding responsibilities. More recently, our MSIDIG committee on experts on freedom of expression and digital technologies have adopted a guidance note on the best practices towards effective legal and procedural frameworks for self-regulatory and co-regulatory mechanisms of content moderation. Content moderation, dear friends, is of course a necessary tool to curb the propagation of harmful content. This tool, at the same time, poses a number of risks for a range of human rights, including the freedom of thought, the freedom of expression, the freedom of assembly, and others. So the guidance note provides for us a clear mapping and concrete guidelines for our member states on developing the approaches to content moderation that are both human rights compatible and achieve their public policy objectives. 2 weeks ago, we had our Cypriot ministerial conference in charge of Media and Information Society. It adopted several resolutions, including the resolution on freedom of expression and digital technologies. The final declaration of the conference also recalls that further guidance must be developed with respect to those internet intermediaries. The declaration notes that such guidance should enable the protection and the empowerment, namely of children, elderly persons, seniors, and other vulnerable groups. They should be provided with the knowledge, skills, and awareness necessary for their safe access to the digital environment. They should further be enabled to exercise their rights in this environment at all times. May I make a suggestion for the EuroDIG, because I know that yesterday you already had the Youth DIG, and I have been a very big promoter of the youth involvement in the EuroDIG. But increasingly, our senior citizens probably also need better media literacy and internet governance literacy in order to be able to participate in today's society. And maybe we can have a senior DIG in one of the future editions. The Council of Europe, of course, will continue to employ the coordinated, multi-stakeholder approach to the development of standards for internet governance and beyond. Roberto mentioned artificial intelligence, and the Council of Europe's ad hoc committee on artificial intelligence is currently considering the feasibility of an international regulation for the development of artificial intelligence, which is compatible with human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. And in July, in a couple of weeks, or already next week, the committee will publish the first conclusions of its global consultation with inputs from more than 200 participants, whether that be individuals or institutions. So the Council benefits also from the partnership with the digital industry and business associations. This partnership already comprises 25 members, and thanks to them, we have received valuable input, both from large industry and small and medium-sized companies. We are now exploring how to further develop this cooperation. So what's going to be our contribution to EuroDIG 2021? We are also proud of our partnership with not only with the EuroDIG, but also with the IGF. The partnership has proven to be very effective at promoting core values of the Council of Europe. And we are going to be closely involved in the establishment of the multi-stakeholder high-level body, where we aim to play a very active role. During this EuroDIG focus session, we wanted to shed some light on the impact of the use of artificial intelligence. To this end, we have prepared 2 workshops. Our first workshop will deal with the consequences of AI for data protection and will take place very soon after this input. The workshop will give an overview of the challenges of the industry and governments are facing today in relation to AI and data protection, and we will provide insights into some of the possible solutions. The focus will be on ongoing regulatory developments in the field of AI and data protection and how the industry could use AI in a privacy-friendly way. Our second workshop will be related to bias in automated decision-making systems. The workshop participants, among which are renowned experts in machine learning, law, and AI policy, will discuss popular misconceptions about AI bias and will distinguish legitimate concerns from unreasonable fears. They will also discuss the different approaches to defining and understanding bias, how it appears in human and automated decision-making, and when it requires regulatory intervention. The Council of Europe's vision of digital transformation goes beyond the next 10 years, I would say. Speaking of our future work beyond this event, the Council of Europe will continue to engage in the elaboration of relevant legal standards guiding the development and application of AI and other societally important digital technologies. We understand that digital transformation has a broad impact on human rights, rule of law, democracy, including the right to privacy, freedom of expression, both online and offline, and the fight against unlawful discrimination, including hate speech. So in this regards, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, we especially focus our efforts on helping all of our citizens, be they young or old, to understand the challenges of the digital transformation and be equipped to deal with them in an effective manner. To this end, we are especially enthusiastic about the role of EuroDIG, which we will continue to support. From year to year, we see an increase in the richness of the debates here. We will due care given by the organizers to ensure the diversity of topics and the quality of the contribution. I therefore reiterate that the Council of Europe's strong commitment to ensuring that this unique platform for dialogue is further strengthened in the years to come, and that it's complemented also with other regional platforms and national platforms in which these important discussions can take place. I hope, even though we're in this online environment, that you will be able to follow the different workshops that are going to take place, and I'm sure they will be very much enthusiastic, making you more enthusiastic about intergovernance for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Patrick. In particular, just to hook on the words, your last words, I would like to thank both your institutions, the European Commission and the Council of Europe, for their long-standing commitment to support an open and interactive multi-stakeholder dialogue through fora like this, like the EuroDIG. And your support was even more important over the last 15 months, which was a difficult period, not just for Sandra and the secretariat team behind her, but for the whole community to somehow cope with the situation. So your strong commitment of the Commission, of the Council of Europe is fundamental. And let me also thank both the Commission and you on our joint work, and I say this as a representative of the Swiss government, in trying to make the global IGF more political, more meaningful, having more effect, because this is also fundamental, not just to focus on Europe, but to not leave the rest aside. So thanks a lot to both of you. Hope to see you again physically soon as well. And let me hand over to Sandra. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. But also from my side, I would like to thank on a working level those people from these organizations, Council of Europe and European Commission, that worked really hard to shape the sessions, to deliver input with the expertise they have. And in the afternoon, you will be able, as Patrick already mentioned, to have these 2 workshops related to artificial intelligence, which is organized by the Council of Europe. And then we have the focus session 2, which is definitely a topic on the EU agenda governing digital interdependence and the role of Europe. So these are basically the lineups for the keynote speeches we were just listening to. But in addition, you can talk about crypto wars, about doing everything online, what it's doing with us. You can have a look at how the copyright directive is implemented in the EU member states, but also talk about content moderation in the internet infrastructure and so on and so forth. And then let me announce or promote once more that we have a special social event today. I invited a magician, a mentalist. It will be an interactive show. And I do understand we have a hard competition with Germany against England and Ukraine against Sweden. But everyone who is not into football or into soccer, please join us for this evening. It's really going to be fun. And it's quite some effort that we undertook to bring this person here in the amphitheater.
If you want your football team to win, you have to use the magician to help them. So
yeah, actually, that could be something. So with this, I would like to hand over back to the studios, to Bruges for focus session 2. To Belgrade for workshop 4 and workshop 7, to Trieste for workshop 5 and workshop 13. And in the amphitheater here, we will continue with copyright, workshop 6 and workshop 9. And in the break, we will be able to listen to a video record about AI, also about the big picture of AI organizations, and this will be made by Wolfgang Kleinwächter. So enjoy the rest of the day and don't go away for the closing of the day, and also not when the magician comes. Enjoy your day.
Hello, everyone. I hope that I'm in the right room in Trieste. Our host is Marco Zanaro, right, Marco?
Yes, yes.
And
hello, Tatiana. How are you?
Hi. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Very nice to see your faces. Very nice to see your names. Very nice to see so many friends here. We are here for the workshop number, and I forgot the number of the workshop. I'm sorry, but 5. Right. Thank you. See how bad I am with math. I'm a lawyer by background. But we are here for the workshop number 5 on Crypto Wars 3.0. Even the name, even the title of this makes me wondering, are these really wars? Can privacy, security, and encryption coexist? I'm sure that we perhaps will not be able to decrypt this issue to unpack it fully in the short amount of time we have, but I hope that we can kick off and have a very good discussion, because we have a very stellar panel of discussants in front of us. And we are joined by, first of all, Dr. Stephen Farrell from Trinity College Dublin, who is an active IETF participant and former member of the Internet Advisory Board. Then we have Jan Edelman, who works for Europol as the Senior Data Protection Specialist. Hi, Jan. And looking at your profile picture on Zoom, I wonder if cats can be Europol specialists, but this is something outside of our discussion. We're also joined by Iverna McGowan, who is the director for Europe office at Center for Democracy and Technology, so civil society here with us. We have Professor Ulrich Kleber, who works as a German Federal Commissioner for Data Protection and Freedom of Information. And two of our last discussants are Dan Sexton, CTO of the Internet Watch Foundation, and Robin Wilton, who is the Director of Internet Trust at the Internet Society. So we will start, of course, with a short intervention from our speakers. But before that, I would like to ask Marco to display a poll which we created on Mentimeter. We do hope that speakers and also those who attend can participate in this poll. Marco, if you can ping me when the results are sort of ready to be shared. And the questions we want to hear from you about, and by the way, our speakers, please feel free to press the answers in the poll again as well. So option A, encryption should not be a barrier to law enforcement actions. Option B, defending encryption from any backdoors is crucial to protect privacy. C, encryption is a crucial privacy technology that requires some limited revision to allow law enforcement action. And the last option is you haven't thought about this, and hope this would not be the speakers. And with this, let me start first with Dr. Stephen Farrell. Stephen, what do you think? Can privacy, security, and encryption coexist? And the floor is yours. You have roughly 3 minutes. And I cannot hear or see Stephen. Oh, Stephen, yeah, you are now online and we can hear you. Please go ahead.
So audio's fine, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. Okay, thanks. So, I mean, I guess taking a couple of minutes to start, I'd say this is not the crypto wars. In the 90s, crypto was a kind of a special product category. It kind of wasn't that hugely important, but that's absolutely not the case today. So we don't really have that many specialist crypto companies anymore. Crypto is kind of everywhere and needed everywhere. It's available in kind of nearly every product uses it. Nearly every open source package uses crypto. It's basically even part of programming languages now. If you look at Go or Rust, in those languages, you essentially have built-in crypto and built-in things like TLS. So it's just not the case that we're dealing with the scenario that we dealt with back in the 90s. And another way to think about it is if you think about that regulating crypto is a good thing to do, you're essentially suggesting something equivalent to regulating the use of a for loop in programming languages. If that makes sense to some people here, I guess it might. So in some level, it just doesn't make sense to think about regulating, what simply is mathematics and programming. So going forward from that, I think if you look at the title of the session, I would say it's really not possible to have any privacy or security without strong crypto. So when I say strong crypto, I mean, well implemented modern ciphers that are, have essentially no backdoors. The idea of these kind of weakened models where you put some backdoor into the crypto, this is not technically doable in any sensible way. The last concrete proposal for how to do that I saw was essentially back to the Clipper proposal in the 1990s from the Clinton administration, and that didn't work, right? So I think the same will be true. We have heard some kind of half-hearted possible things that might be a proposal or might not be, without usually any detail. It's like squaring the circle. It's already hard enough to implement crypto well, given a good algorithm in use in a good protocol in a good application. Trying to build in a weakness to this of any kind is just asking for big trouble. So I think what we should be discussing is what are the requirements that really exist. I mean, if you look at law enforcement, they have real requirements, but they tended to historically use the requirement of we want the ability to record anything or to decipher anything or to see it all. That's not clearly valid anymore, right? We have people using kind of internet protocols to interact with heart monitors. There's all sorts of telemetry flying around the world. And it's just not clear that there is ever any real need for any law enforcement agency to ever intercept that traffic. So once we accept that there can be some traffic that law enforcement should not be able to get at, that I think might lead to an interesting requirements discussion as to what really needs to be got at and how you could go about getting at it. And I think the last point I would make, trying to be brief, is that I think thinking about this as crypto as a technology is the target of what needs to be regulated or broken or whatever you want to call it, I think that's the wrong way to think about it. Instead, I think what we should be thinking about are more important things like, there's large commercial entities making a lot of money from breaching privacy in lots of ways. It's a much better use of our time to try and focus on how to improve that situation than it is to kind of stumble into the unknown by trying to break things that are necessary everywhere and that are literally everywhere. Every open source package, every programming language, every tool that's developed these days makes and requires unbroken crypto. I can keep talking if you like, or I'll hand over to the next person.
Thank you very much, Stephen. We'll see if people have questions to you. I'm sure you pointed to a lot of things that we probably cannot discuss all of them during this session. But I would like to hand it over to the next discussant. Jan, you work for Europol. You are the law enforcement. We would like to hear from you. How much data is too much? How much you want to intercept? How much this actually breaks your ability to investigate, and what to do about this?
Yeah, thank you very much, Tatjana, for the floor. And good afternoon, everyone. Indeed, my name is Jan Ellermans. I work as a senior specialist in Europol's data protection function. And I joined the organization back in 2007. I'm advising mainly on what we call operational data protection, so our operations department on data protection matters. And yeah, thank you for having me for this important debate. Special thanks to Diego Naranjo from EDRI. So when you get an invitation from EDRI as a law enforcement representative, you always know that might be a very hot chair, but I'm very honored to be here and share this session also with very distinguished co-speakers. And I also saw in the registration list that there are many participants joining us here today who are bringing in their very own expertise, which is great. So my understanding is that this is not a normal panel discussion, but rather a workshop. And in this context, let me say that I feel that sometimes this encryption debate is led in a very emotional way. So if we look at this panel, for instance, we read crypto wars, that sounds cruel. We talk about, as law enforcement, we talk about going dark. So dark is maybe a good keyword here because it makes me think that sometimes our whole debate is quite a bit too much in terms of just black and white. So there's no middle ground. It's a kind of zero-sum game. And having said this, on the other hand, encryption is difficult. If you look at it from a computing perspective, there are so far only ones and zeros, and until we have quantum computing, there's nothing in between. And maybe this is also a bit illustrative for the debate we are having. On the other hand, at Europol, within the data protection function and beyond, we firmly believe in enhancing freedom and security. So to provide you with one example, in May 2016 already, we've organized the first event of the Europol Data Protection Experts Network, better known as EDEN. The next event, by the way, is going to be in Rome on 18th and 19th of October. So whoever of you would like to join us there, you're more than welcome. But back in the days, we had the slightly bulky header, privacy in the digital age of encryption and anonymity online. So, and if you want, as an outcome of this event, we had a joint statement by ENISA, so that's, as you know, the EU Cybersecurity Agency, and Europol on lawful criminal investigation that respects 21st century data protection. And our core message was that we do not believe in a concept of backdoors. Simply because ultimately we would be shooting into our own foot. Backdoors would not only be used by the good guys, and with good guys, I obviously refer to us, even though I'm a bit biased, but as a matter of fact, criminals would inevitably take advantage too. And Stephen mentioned it earlier, not to forget the importance of encryption for individuals who need to survive in oppressive regimes, but also to secure our economies, confidential communication, including by law enforcement, by the way. And certainly last but not least, the importance of encryption as a privacy preserving technology, which is, if you want, a value in itself in any democratic society. However, and here's the but, we certainly also need to be conscious of the fact that criminals take advantage of encryption in order to pursue their very own goals. And one of the questions to be addressed according to the workshop wiki is, should privacy of the individual take primacy over all other considerations? So, well, you will probably not be very surprised that working in law enforcement, my answer can only be a clear no. I mean, of course, privacy doesn't prevail over everything else. Of course, we need to find ways to fight serious crime and terrorism, despite the fact that we also need encryption. So in other words, we need to be conscious of the damage caused by criminals. And when we bring forward this argument, there's sometimes as a response like, okay, now they're using scare tactics again, which I find a bit unfair maybe, but we can talk about it later if you want. But for me, it is like, if you're maximizing your own freedoms by claiming that privacy always prevails, that's a bit like accepting the infringement of rights of victims out there as a collateral damage of your own libertarian lifestyle. And at least for me, this is a bit too simplistic. So we have a joint responsibility to do better than that, I believe. And in this context, then a lot is being said about balancing rights in this context. So I don't like balancing that much, to be honest. Entails that if you want more security, you need to sacrifice your freedoms, or if you want more freedoms, you need to sacrifice on security. Again, we can probably do better on many occasions. And in concrete terms, again, I don't believe in backdoors, but I do believe that law enforcement needs a very clear mandate to break encryption, as you call it, in individual and well-justified cases. And I note that some of that is then framed again as government hacking or hacking back. And again, already the terminology seems to imply that law enforcement is inclined to use illegal techniques. That's an issue. I also believe that the famous argument that a suspect can under no circumstances be compelled to turn over a password or unlock his or her phone, that needs to be carefully assessed on a case-by-case basis as well. So nemo tenetur, so the right not to self-incriminate is important, no doubt. But let's not forget that we also generally accept that an individual can be forced to provide a blood sample in case he or she caused a fatal accident which was potentially under the influence of alcohol or drugs. So I think we need to ask ourselves the question, can we accept that a suspect being accused of having abducted children, for instance, is forced to place his or her thumb on the iPhone to unlock the device, because that might contain some hints on where these children are? A Dutch court in this particular case said, yes, that's proportionate, you can go ahead. Other courts might have a different view. So these are areas where I believe there's room for establishing more common ground. And I would once again like to thank you for granting me an opportunity here to also provide a law enforcement perspective. I will leave it to that, and I'm looking forward to the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jan. Before I will go to another speaker, I want to ask you about the terminology, lawful hacking, governmental hacking. Do you prefer goodware? I know that EuroJust, for example, is now using goodware, like remote forensic software. That's what they used when they explained the case of EncroChat. Do you prefer this terminology to, like, you know, instead of malware, goodware? I don't know if you're aware of this case, but I know that this has been like terminology, like forced change of discourse. But I think the essence here stays the same. So thank you, Jan. And with this, so we brought here the prohibition on self-incrimination. We brought here the case of privacy versus security and children being endangered. Sorry, but it is as simple as that.
Scare tactics.
Yes, scare tactics. But we agree that perhaps there are no crypto wars. And with this, I would like to go to our next discussant, which would be Iverna. from Center for Democracy and Technology. What does civil society think about all this debate? Verna, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you very much for the invitation to speak today. To the previous speaker, Jan, I was very encouraged as a human rights lawyer myself to see that you're being watched over by the late great Ruth Bader Ginsburg in the background. So I'm hoping that that's an unwavering commitment to the rule of law and protection of human rights, even in the enforcement of the law. As I was looking at some of the questions, and I've dealt for a very long time with these questions coming up in the context of human rights and democracy, I do think, in asking ourselves, why are we here again? One of the questions I ask myself is perhaps that the framing in and of itself is problematic. So, for example, this question that we ask about, does the privacy of individuals trump everything else? I think that actually, undermines the point that it's not only privacy, although privacy is important, that privacy is a gateway to so many other rights in a functioning democracy. Just to give you a concrete example, I worked in the past for many years at Amnesty International, and I saw so many real-life cases whereby people on the front line of defending democracy and human rights ended up, being in prison or incarcerated by governments just for using encryption as a technology and a tool. So I think we just need to challenge ourselves to avoid. I do agree that some of these false dichotomies that I set up, that it's much more complex than that when we ask these questions. I think that's important. Another really important point, and I'm glad that the previous speakers have already gone into more detail and deviating from that. We did see some of the leaked proposals from the European Commission that some of our technologists at the Center for Democracy and Technology examined, in great technical detail. And unfortunately, it was again backdoors, weakening encryption, etc. So it's unfortunate to see that in 2021, with the widespread use and reliance on encryption and all of these things, that we see those points entering again. So I'm heartened by the idea, especially from the statement by Europol, that underlying the point about backdoors being a bad idea, that's something that the Center for Democracy and Technology would strongly concur with, and that we really need to look at this at each time. We can't look at these questions in a vacuum. It's tempting to use the emotional arguments, is it a ticking time bomb with a terrorist? Is it a child's rights versus other rights? But the reality is that the many myriad of different examples that we see will need to be examined on a case-by-case basis, and that in any case, it's always disproportionate to undermine an entire technology in the pursuit of one single goal. And I think that's something that we really need to, as a community, take forward and reflect on, rather than having these constant false dichotomies or binary discussions, when I think at this stage we all agree actually fundamentally that backdoors are a very bad idea. Undermining encryption is detrimental to our democracies. And maybe one last point that I think is very important. Something that struck me during the year, for those of you who watched it, and without getting into the discussions about what WhatsApp did or did not say, but we saw when there was this controversy about the change in the terms of service for WhatsApp, that there was this huge public response, mass changing to other technologies like Signal and others. And I actually think that as a community, we also have to challenge ourselves, especially in sometimes like the Brussels pub or other places, to understand just how strongly broader society in Europe and elsewhere has a very strong value on that ability to communicate in encrypted ways, and that we don't forget that political element as we consider other options that are on the table coming up with the various proposals at the moment. I think we really need to be mindful of that as a very strong European value and something that the public are really paying attention to. So although it might seem like a niche or tech issue when we're discussing it together in Brussels or Strasbourg, wherever case it might be, that any legislation that actually comes forward or would undermine that is likely to be faced with a very strong public reaction in that regard. So I've got lots more to say, but I'll keep it to my 3 minutes for now and look forward to the discussions.
Thank you very much, Verna. And I see that there is a lot of discussion going on the chat already. Please do keep it going, and please do intervene, all of you, when we will have a few more people to go still. I want to ask Marco, for the first Menti, are there results that are worthy of displaying? I mean, if there are only two answers, then let's not. But if there is more, maybe we want to think about displaying the slide with the first one. Most of the people say that defending encryption from any backdoors is crucial to protect privacy. And actually, I think that whichever stakeholder group we have speakers belonging to, they largely agree on this. But I also think that here, one of the core of these debates was first highlighted by Stephen. Yes, there should be no backdoors. But what about the requirement for law enforcement access, which was highlighted by Jan, for example, about self-incriminations and some other things, and the debate in the wider society, which were highlighted by Verna. And with this, I will go to the next discussant, who is Professor Ulrich Kleber, the German Federal Commissioner for Data Protection and Freedom of Information. Ulrich, what can you say about this as a federal commissioner?
Yeah, good afternoon. It's good to be here with you, and greetings from the city of Bonn. It's from my point of view, it's a very simple equation. Data protection and the protection of the confidentiality of communication are not possible without data security, and data security is not possible without encryption. To say it right up front, the same way as there's no possible way to be a bit pregnant, there is no such thing as a bit of encryption. So effective encryption of communication means end-to-end encryption with authentication of all communication partners. So when law enforcement agencies want access, we regularly talk about backdoors. And however experience, and I see all the pathological cases as people from the law enforcement authorities see the pathological cases on their side too, but experience teaches that backdoors of any kind are abused sooner or later by governments or criminals. So in the end, service providers would be obliged to provide information to security and law enforcement agencies by banning or faking secure encryption, leaking the relevant information unnoticed, ghost proposals, or key escrow. I could consider all these measures to be very dangerous, as they would considerably weaken online communication infrastructure of our society, create new attack scenarios for criminals and cyber war, and incidentally also create the conditions for broad surveillance of our population. And not the least because of that, confidentiality of communication is a constitutionally guaranteed fundamental right. In the 21st century, people must be able to trust the IT infrastructure, and especially digital means of communication to a large extent in order to be able to exercise their fundamental rights. This trust would be permanently destroyed by simple access to encrypted content by authorities or third parties. We also need to talk about proportionality. So an encryption ban will not impress criminals. They will avoid common messengers or feed them with pre-encrypted messages. As a next step, virtual private networks would have to be blocked. In the end, we would even have to strictly regulate which applications will be allowed to be used at all. This would be the end of free communication as we know it, and it will still not stop hardcore criminals. So in many ways, I see a gross disproportionality here. I'm therefore very curious to find out which aspects and weightings will be added in our exchange today. But one thing is very clear to me: encryption is nothing less than the important mean to provide protection of fundamental rights and the basis of a free, democratic society in a digitalized world.
Thank you very much, Ulrich. And first of all, I want to apologize for mispronouncing your name, and Entschuldigung. Big, massive apologies. But now we'll remember it forever. So I even heard that in addition to crypto wars, we've heard cyber war coming up. But I also want to know that yet again, we hear that all our discussants, and from what I see on the chat, every participant agree that there should be no backdoor to encryption. And to our next two discussants, I just want to warn you, if you think that there should be a backdoor, please speak up. But otherwise, I'm banning the backdoor word for the next couple of minutes. And we will go to Dan Sexton now, who is from the Internet Watch Foundation.
Hi, thank you. I'm really disappointed you banned that word because that's what I was going to start with.
Great, then start. Okay, I refuse to use my superpower, and of course I can't restrict you on what you're going to speak about.
Well, I'm going to just say, so for those of you not aware, the Internet Watch Foundation is a charity. We've been around for about 25 years, and our mission is to eliminate child sexual abuse material online. So we're coming from a slightly different angle on it, and actually a very, very specific, focused angle in the encryption debates. But the backdoor stuff, Jan was talking about backdoors are not only used by good guys. Well, I was an IT manager for a small enterprise when WannaCry hit in 2017. I remember Eternal Blue being held by the NSA for the good guys, and then that was hacked, leaked, and it's caused chaos across the world and continues to do so. We're still being hit by that again and again. So I very much agree that backdoors are, for whatever the best intentions, it's going to be misused, and the effects can be really, really chilling, far, far more so than the proportionality of them. For my focus and the Internet Watch Foundation, encryption is not in itself a problem. It's very much protecting privacy, protecting is incredibly important, fully supportive of that. Our focus is the elimination of child abuse. And I think this is less of an opinion and more of a question, really. And I think this is why I was very glad to have the opportunity to come in today and talk to my colleagues here and the other participants, is how do we stop child abuse material getting into these encrypted environments? How do we find them, block them, remove them in those? How do we stop them getting out and circulating? And there's a lot of questions about, talking about what the IWF do. We have a team of analysts here, go onto the internet, they look for this material, they find this material, they block it, they take it down. We take fingerprints, digital fingerprints, hashes that material, and that enables the use of automated scanning tools to then remove this in the future and stop it going ahead again. Stop people being exposed to this content. I'm sure nobody here would like to be exposed to that content. Stop our children being exploited, and really fundamentally stop these children from being re-victimized again and again as the content from their abuse is circulated for over decades and decades. So our question really is, how do I stop that happening? Encryption is here, it's there. I mean, fundamentally, it's a great thing. It's enabled huge advances in privacy and democracy across the world. How do we take this problem? I think Andrew talked about what can be done. And others mentioned about focusing on things. Stephen asked about what content needs to be gotten at. Child sexual abuse material is the bit that needs to be gotten at. And the question is, but the posing really is not. I'm going to answer these questions. But ask this question of how do we get at that content in a way that doesn't compromise privacy, doesn't compromise people's rights, and there are theoretical solutions. I'm very interested in other people's opinions on those. Thank you, Tatiana.
Thank you very much, Dan. And actually, I think that we now have a discussion on the chat. It's like, for now, I've heard three options here. Before I will move to the next and the last discussant, I will just list them. First of all is backdoor, and we all agree that it shouldn't happen. Okay. Then there is the so-called remote forensic software, goodware, governmental hacking. I see the discussion on the chat going on. What is worse? What is better? We can think about this Exodus scandal in Italy when the spyware, remote forensic software used by law enforcement turned out to be greatly compromised and turned out to be all around, and there was no proper security measures in place. And we also talked, or rather Jan raised this issue about the provision of the encryption key. So the issue of self-incrimination and in which instances this is going to be allowed. Please do let me know if I miss something among these three practical solutions I can think of. But I think this is what has been highlighted, and it seems to me from this discussion, from various interventions, is that choosing one of them or one of three is like choosing, among evils and choosing the lesser evil. And so I'm wrapping this up for now and moving to the in terms of solutions only for further discussion. And I'm moving to the last discussant, which we have here. Robin, you're the last. You work for Internet Society. You have been in this encryption debate for how long? Probably a good decade, no less, right?
Oh.
So what are your takeouts from this? Or 2-3 decades? I don't know. You tell us.
You're calling me old.
Never, but you might have got involved since you were 5.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so in 1985, I joined IBM as a systems engineer on banking products, which of course incorporated encryption as one of the few exceptions to regulatory constraints at the time. So basically since about 1987 onwards, I'd been working with encryption products and key management. And I remember, for one example, having to go to a meeting with the Cabinet Office in Paris in order to get ministerial approval for the import into France of network controllers, which had been specifically designed to encrypt banking traffic. And after we described what the product did, the civil servant who was responsible for making the decision said, yes, that's absolutely no problem. You can import these devices and you can use them in the banking network. And there's only one small condition, which is that the master keys for each device must be lodged with the interior security services. So basically, it was fine as long as we agreed to complete key escrow. So I still bear the scars of Crypto Wars 1. And in fact, I left IBM in 1997 specifically to go to work for a startup that was writing its own crypto libraries in C in the UK and implementing SSL version 3 as it was then, because of the effect, the damaging effect that restrictions on crypto imports were having on business. I mean, that was sort of during the dot-com bubble, and it was such a constraint that it was actually worth starting a company to try and find ways to deliver reliable encryption to people outside the banking industry. Sorry, that was a bit of a digression. That wasn't really where I intended to go. But look, the question for this session was, can privacy, security, and encryption coexist? And I think I can cram most of this into one sentence. We live in digital nations, so there's a national security element to this. We live in information societies, so there is a societal well-being and a fundamental rights dimension to it. And we live in data-driven economies, so there's an economic impact perspective to this too. And all of these happen in globally connected contexts. So my very simple position is that privacy, security, and encryption not only can exist, they must exist. But when I say they must coexist, that has to mean more than just taking the words and shoving them into the same sentence. And a recent example of that is the one from the European Commission, which published a statement about achieving security through encryption and security despite encryption. And that's really extremely unhelpful because it uses the word security in the two halves of the sentence as if it meant the same thing in both, and it can't. So we have to be more nuanced about it. We have to be more thoughtful about how we use these words. We have to define our terms carefully and use them consistently, and complete the sentence. Security of whom? Against what threat? Privacy from whom? Confidentiality of what? And unless we start completing the sentences, we can't actually have a constructive conversation about this. And certainly, sound bites like that do not translate into workable policy, viable technology, beneficial societal and economic impact, and sustainable governance. So we need to get past that soundbite approach. And as Ivona said, we also need to get past the false framings and the false dichotomies of you must have either this or that. So I think we have to be very wary of policies that claim to fix societal problems just by regulating technology. As Stephen said, I mean, in purely technical terms, that is an absurdity. And as at least one of the other discussants has pointed out, trying to ban the use by law-abiding people of strong encryption in no way prevents those who don't regard the law as an obstacle from finding and using strong encryption of their own. Now, another policy approach I think we need to be very wary of is those policies that don't actually mention encryption at all. A current example in the UK is the draft Online Safety Bill. It was called the Online Harm Bill, which was a far more accurate description. But they've renamed it for newspeak purposes as the Online Safety Bill. Well, it doesn't even mention encryption, but it places such liabilities on service providers that some of them will inevitably choose to withdraw encrypted services from the market rather than risk being fined or even jailed for someone else's misconduct. It's a little bit as if the government said to supermarkets, if you sell a kitchen knife and it is later used in a knife crime, we will hold you responsible. If that happened overnight, kitchen knives would disappear from supermarket shelves. And yet no one would have mentioned anything about, the behavior of the person wielding the knife. So policies like that would leave everyone less secure. And I'll just round off by quoting two people who either are or have been responsible for safeguarding the public from terrorist threats, online and physical damage, and so on. The first one is Robert Hannigan, former head of GCHQ in the UK, who said, "It is not a good idea to weaken security for everybody in order to tackle a minority. Encryption is overwhelmingly a good thing." And he's often quoted as saying that, but what he was actually saying was encryption in secure messaging services is overwhelmingly a good thing. And the second one is much shorter, and it's from a representative of ANSSI, the French Information System Security Agency. The solution must not be worse than the problem.
Thank you very much, Robin. And I actually think that this goes in line with what Ulrich Kelber posted on the chat earlier. No of the proposed solutions will stop hardcore criminals of encrypting their communication in an unbreakable way, but still will weaken everybody's encryption. And while I don't want to, make this discussion revolving around the UK, if anybody from the UK, and especially the UK government, because I see them among the participants, want to comment on what Robin said about online harms and online safety, please feel free to. As we have reached, the end of the first speaker's statement, I would also like to open the floor for anybody who wants to contribute. Please do raise your hand. And I do hope that I will see the orderly queue forming right now, because I see a lot of interesting discussion right now going on the chat. And Vittoria, your hand is up. Please go ahead. You're the next.
No, I'm sympathetic with the moderator, because I was moderating and that at a certain point in time, you hope for someone to raise the hand and take the ball off you and start doing something. Anyway, no, I just wanted to add a couple of considerations and see whether there are reactions from some of the panelists. So one thing that I keep hearing is that there are several people that keep putting perfection as a requirement for any solution. And I think that leads to nowhere. So I think there is no possible solution that will never be abused by guarantee. And also there is no solution that will prevent a motivated criminal with good resources from still hiding their conversations. But the point is whether we can find middle grounds and partial solutions that are better than nothing, in the sense that they bring more benefits than the risks. So of course, if they bring more risks than benefits, then we should not do them. But there might be, at least something that helps law enforcement in many cases without being this perfect solution that will never exist. And if I may, I think that maybe we should also stop focusing on encryption only, because I think it will be easier to find a reasonable solution if we factor in the mechanism for access in the architecture and the overall architecture of internet services, rather than just on the encrypted channel. So in many services, maybe it's easier to look for exceptional access opportunities at the edge of the connections rather than within the encrypted connection. And that could already be enough for many access needs. in the end, this was what was being done with telephone. I mean, you cannot run a telephone network without adding law enforcement access channels in central switches and interconnection points, and no one finds that, at least in my country, and no one finds that weird or no one finds it an excessive risk since it's managed by policy. So in the end, you don't get maybe technological guarantees. That maybe we should stop thinking that we will have technological guarantees. We should have policy guarantees. But this needs to be done service by service. So perhaps rather than just, looking at this very general solution valid for any encryption algorithm in any situation, we should look at services one by one. Let's start from instant messaging, if that's a problem. How do we build access into instant messaging applications? Are there a mix maybe of policy and technology requirements that can help it with that? Or content screening opportunities for the child protection things. Maybe that would be a more fruitful approach than just, looking for ways to break encryption without breaking encryption.
Thank you, Vittoria. And Andrew, you are the next in the queue. Please go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Tanya, and thank you to the panelists for some excellent points. I just wanted to bring out something which I raised on the chat, which provoked a comment. I've sort of been critical of the tech sector, and it's always awkward to talk about collective, and it isn't really, but hopefully my point will make sense. About the tech sector often objects to particular steps being taken, particularly around the area of law enforcement, it seems to me, but without putting forward alternatives that might work. Now, Robin quite rightly in the chat gave some examples. If I just look at that point on my screen, where there were some areas where tech companies have been helpful, at least as individual tech companies, rather than necessarily the sector as a whole, and rightly highlighted things like client-side scanning, metadata analysis, firewalls, filtering technology, forensic analysis, and so on, all of which you rightly says are helpful to law enforcement. But that then reminded me, but conversely, looking at one of those examples, some of the steps actively being taken in the standards community would make sort of steps like filtering technology are a lot less useful. In some cases, actively trying to circumvent content filtering technology with some of the current planned enhancements to internet standards. I think one of the issues that made me realize is what we often lack in some of these developments is proper multi-stakeholder engagement to consider in the round what some of the consequences of some of these potential advances in technologies are, and whether the consequences are worth suffering because the advances bring greater benefits than those consequences. I think my sort of point would be there needs to be better multi-stakeholder engagement, and that's something that certainly in the arena of, for example, internet standards doesn't really happen very well or very often, and that might get us progress in this area amongst many others. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. And bearing in mind that that speakers or discussants already addressed each other's points sometimes when they were talking, but please do raise your hand. We don't have a lot of time, but we have another like 10 minutes for some discussion. So I would urge both speakers and the audience, raise your hand if you have something to say. And Robin, over to you briefly.
Sure, thanks, Tatiana. And yeah, I will keep it brief. Like Stephen Farrell, a long-time participant in several standards definition organizations, entirely dispute the fact that they are closed to multi-stakeholder participation. We see participation on encryption from government agencies, from tech companies, from civil society, and so on. Where I do think multi-stakeholder engagement is lacking is in places like the EU Internet Forum, not to be confused with the European Internet Forum, which is set up by a group of MEPs to discuss this stuff openly. The EU Internet Forum is a closed-door session, primarily on content filtering and client-side scanning, and it is a closed-door session to which civil society is not allowed to have access. I have asked for permission to attend the meetings. Nope. Permission to see the proceedings. Nope. Permission to see the reports. No. So I do agree that there's a credibility gap here on multi-stakeholder engagement, but I don't think it's at the door of the standards bodies.
Thank you very much, Robin. And I will give the floor to Andrea. But before it goes to Andrea, after Andrea, I would like to ask Iverna to comment on multi-stakeholder participation. But before Iverna, Andrea, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Tatiana. Okay, so my name is André Melancia from Portugal. Just have one or two comments. So in terms of all of the discussion we've seen today, there are some points which are legal. Some of them are even moral. We talked about government hacking and things like that. But I want to focus just to limit the range of discussion on technical scenarios. Because if you consider the technical scenarios, you can actually limit this discussion to whatever is really possible. So let's consider a few things. You mentioned a word starting with B, let's call it alternative access. It's a better way to call it. Well, someone will always find a way. If you put in one of those alternative accesses, someone will always find a way, and chances are, based on previous history, that there's always going to be the criminals. Someone already mentioned that. Someone also mentioned before that there's going to be some limitations of exporting that the United States had for cyber tools, and that's not going to work because someone else will just come up with an alternative way to encrypt communication, to do whatever they need to do to pass the message, to engage in criminal or terrorist activities. So that's going to happen no matter how you limit it. That's always going to happen. There's always a bigger fish, as they usually say. Now, if you want to do whatever kind of encryption it is, there's always going to be a bigger fish called quantum, and that will solve any problem, that will hack anything. And guess what? None of the governments are actually using it as much as the civil society is using it right now. It is available in a lot of different clouds, IBM, Microsoft, etc. They're all using it. Anyone can use it. You just have to use those tools and take advantage of that. Now, what I really wanted to mention as well is, besides this technical limitations that we're going to have, which actually limits the range that we can talk about in terms of legal, in terms of morality, etc., is actually to talk about why these things are actually happening. And the reason we have terrorists, the reason we have criminals, is that in the case of criminals is because in some places, let's say Nigeria, we have a lot of poverty. In cases of terrorism, that means that someone is unhappy with someone else's country, and there's a lot of reasons why that happens. And the easiest way to solve that problem, well, it's not that easy, is to try to find the original causes and try to come up with some peaceful solutions. In the case of terrorism, peaceful solutions. In the case of poverty, some solutions to guarantee less social inequality. Obviously, this is a very utopic, logic. We will still need encryption for a long time, but we also need to start focusing on the underlying reasons why these things need to happen. Okay, so thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Until you mentioned that that this is a bit topic, I was going to call you as an utter optimist on this session. Ulrich, I will come to you in a minute. I wanted to ask Iverna if she wanted to address any point about civil society participation in these processes and debates.
Sure. Firstly, I think echoing Robin's point, as you know, the Centre for Democracy and Technology, although we're not-for-profit, is quite well known for pulling different stakeholders together around problems. There's two elements I'd like to highlight here. One is that multi-stakeholder tends to be a buzzword, but definitely at European Union level, we're not seeing formal structures to ensure that multi-stakeholder dialogue around key initiatives. Often it's a little bit like, it feels like a little bit divide and rule sometimes, where there's just bilateral conversations between maybe civil society and companies separately and other groups separately, which is not. So we do need to challenge ourselves, I believe, on how we can have a genuine debate and discussion, because obviously it's in understanding how the technologies work that sometimes the companies are better placed to explain about talking about the democratic and citizens elements in that is coming from civil society. That's really important. A second point, and this is a much broader societal challenge, is that unfortunately, at CDT, we're dealing with who ultimately in society can have the adverse impact of digital policy gone wrong, whether it's journalists, human rights defenders in the case of encryption who rely on this technology a lot, or whether it's how AI can discriminate against marginalized groups. And they're groups in particular that are excluded from policy-making conversations, despite being the ones who risk facing the most adverse impact. So I think it's really important that we do challenge ourselves. And the very final point I would say is that we also need to be really wary of when it's just companies and government in a room together, because there you have the really powerful actors without any kind of checks and balances of watchdogs or civil society or other in the room. And, people were talking there about, for example, client-side scanning as if that's a totally harmless solution, whereas across civil society, we would have very serious human rights concerns with client-side scanning in the same way that we would with backdoors and encryption. So again, I think it's really important that we do challenge ourselves maybe to move that from a buzzword to actual practice on the laws that really matter and will ultimately find their way into our different jurisdictions.
Thank you very much, Iverna. And we have I think approximately 7 to 10 minutes left. Correct me if I'm wrong, dear hosts. What I'm going to do right now, I'm going to go to Ulrich and then Jan, and then perhaps I will give the floor to Stephen as another speaker who didn't have a chance to, state his position at the end of the session. Meanwhile, I would like the host to project the Mentimeter poll again to see if anything changed during the session in our opinions. In any case, Ulrich, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to come back on that going dark argumentation. It fails in two ways from my point of view. First, there is no a one-to-one transfer from analog communication to encrypted digital communication. But as analog communication was a small line, we are now in a digital communication cloud. So it becomes much more hints, much more things to look on, much more information, not even from the different channels, but from meta information of the communication, which can be investigated if resources would be there and skilled people to look at that. That's the second point. So law enforcement authorities and politicians are asking for additional possibilities to invest on everyday's and everybody communication. And they got that for almost 2 decades, every year for several parts of our world. And we have to ask them on the most common and most well-known, for example, terrorist attacks or child abuse cases. A lot of things were known to the law enforcement authorities, and there was a lack of communication, there was a lack of resources, there was a lack of skilled people to deal with that data which were known. And it makes no sense to just have another heap of data put on those few people which are experienced and skilled enough to work with that data. So the real debate is not about weakening everybody's communication and the very basics of our society, but to give the resources and skills to the law enforcement securities to work with those things they have and they can develop without endangering our freedom rights.
Thank you very much, Ulrich. And I have just got my superpower powered up, and we can eat a bit of the coffee or whatever break is there, because the discussion seemed to be very interesting. It doesn't mean that we will stay here for another 40 minutes, no, but I am going to give a proper word to Jan and to Dan and to Stephen and to anybody who wants it. Proper word doesn't mean 10 minutes again. So Jan, the floor is yours. Again, I wanted to highlight here that it is very much appreciated that you as law enforcement are joining this debate. And sometimes it can be a hot seat, but we would like to hear from you from this hot seat.
So far, you are all behaving very politely towards me. So I'm very happy with that. And regarding Ulrich Kelber's statement on resources, I think he's running in open doors at law enforcement. I'm confident to say that. Ulrich Kelber also addressed the issue of trust and said, well, breaking encryption would break trust of citizens. Well, I subscribe to that statement, because I also saw in the chat some discussion about the topic of infiltration and whether I could comment on that. Let me briefly do that by stating that in law enforcement, we have run a number of undercover operations with a specific aim to shatter the trust of criminals into the encrypted tools which they are abusing in order to pursue their aims. So there have been, in July 2020, there was an EncroChat, which you may have heard about. So that was an encrypted platform which was dismantled by French and Dutch law enforcement authorities. And ultimately, the data was shared also with Europol. So here we talk about 120 million messages amongst criminals, in which they, because they felt safe, they are quite openly sharing their plans. And our aim here was to look into these masses of data in the quickest possible way. And here again, we are running into data protection challenges in the sense that in order to cope with these masses of information, you can't do that just by means of human analysis. You need machine learning and AI. And I've heard with some smile on my face that also AI and machine learning form part of the discussions here. So here we try to identify those threats to life as quickly as we could, but we really had to climb some hurdles, and we are still in an ongoing prior consultation with the European Data Protection Supervisor as our competent external data protection supervisory authority, in order to make that happen in a way which is fully compliant with fundamental rights, in particular the right to data protection. I could now refer to other operations, such as in March 2021, there was the takedown of Sky ECC. So that was a similar case, but still with much higher amounts of data. And when that one was taken down, talking about infiltration and what is left to law enforcement in order to build our cases, there was quite an amazing operation run by the FBI, which was also briefly mentioned in the chat. So the FBI created a honeypot, if you want. So they set up their own encrypted network, Armon, and in the end, they used undercover agents in order to promote this network, particularly in organized crime groups. So ultimately, they ended up with 12,000 encrypted devices used by over 300 criminal syndicates operating in 100 countries. And there were outlaw motorcycle gangs, Italian organized crime, international drug trafficking. And here we speak about 27 million messages from which were obtained that way. And just talking about proportions, so 60 countries involved, 700 house searches, 800 arrests, over 8 tons of cocaine, 22 tons of cannabis, and so on and so forth. So that if I look at these figures, if I look what is happening there, I feel that I understand colleagues, let's say, who are confronted with the issue of encryption and sometimes become a bit desperate in view of what we see is going on out there. And then maybe moving on to, because Dan earlier made a very brief remark, because he said this is not just about encryption. We also need to think out of the box in terms of what other technical means are available. So here it's about automated scanning of messages that might entail child abuse material. So that works via hashing. And again, we've had a very heated debate at the European level whether the e-privacy regulation could be adjusted in order to allow for the continuation of this automated scanning of messages in order to identify child sexual abuse material. And that proves, or that has shown to be very difficult also. I mean, I'm not going to go into detail because Dan might be much more skilled to run you through that. But the bottom line is, I think as a society, I very much welcome the debate we have today, but we also need, we cannot just say encryption backdoors are not an option and law enforcement should play the old detective game again and use more traditional means. We also have to be realistic that we are living in a digital age, and we need, as Ulrich Kelber said, we need the resources, we need the expertise, but we also need the legal framework in which we can tackle forms of organized crime in a way which respects fundamental rights. With that, I stop. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jan. And I'm going to give the floor next to Nigel Hickson for a short intervention, then to Dan, then to Stephen, and then we will invite our reporter to come up with some messages from the session. And I believe for the reporter, it's a huge task because there is a lot of content. Nigel Hickson, please go ahead, take the hot seat from Europol and tell us something from that seat. If you're still here, Nigel. Oh yeah, I can see you.
All right, that's better. Yeah, it's far too complicated. These new Zoom platforms, aren't they? It's you know, I've only just got used to. Anyway, yes, thank you very much, Nigel Hickson. I work for Department of Culture, Media and Sport. I don't work on the online harms or the online safety policies and legislation. But I would say that the team that works in DCMS on this has had a lot of inputs, of course, ahead of the drafting of the legislation, and I know would welcome any further inputs into the policy. There will be a chance to discuss it, I suspect, at various venues, not least at the UK IGF. So I'm giving a plug for the UK IGF later in October, when there'll be a session on the online safety legislation. I just wanted to say two things on encryption. And again, you might think, what is this idiot talking about? He's not responsible for encryption. I'm not. I work on internet governance. Back in the day, if you worked on internet issues in the 90s, you worked on everything. But thankfully now, I don't. But I think there's two things to say on encryption. One is that you have to learn from the past to an extent. I was involved in the key escrow policies of '99 for the UK government, and we put forward solutions to, if you like, try and incentivize operators and providers to put in trusted third-party solutions, key escrow as it was called at the time, and of course this didn't come to fruition. And I think there are lessons there. There are lessons of going against the grain of technological development, and the absolute need of taking people with you in the technology sector and in the business sector and in civil society that played such an important role in that debate. So I think I'll finish there. And but this has been an excellent session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nigel, and thanks also for the shameless plug in addition to your. In addition to your intervention about the UK IGF. Dan and Stephen. Dan, you go first, and then we will wrap up with Stephen.
Hi, Tatiana. Thank you. I just want to draw the back to the focus at IWF here. The debate is often, it's a very broad debate, and I know that law enforcement's scope on this is massive, and it is in many cases subjective as far as different harms and different things going on there. But the debate is often focused around offenders, around finding bad guys and the ethics of doing so. And I think we need to remember and not forget that. Well, we're certainly IWF, we're talking about the sexual abuse of children here. So this is images and videos of children that are real people that are out there being disseminated, and we have to find ways of stopping those images getting out into those systems, encrypted or otherwise. We have to find ways of protecting those children from that. We have to be able to say to children when they come to us and say, there's an image of me being sexually abused, can you take it off the internet? And I think we have a responsibility to say, yeah, we'll do our best, and not, I'm sorry, as Jan mentioned earlier, they can't just be collateral damage, but because of other reasons. And this isn't a binary choice. This is not black and white. And the answers, as with so many things, I think should be iterative, should be focusing on what we can do. And I think what we should be doing, what we can do, is to protect the most vulnerable and protect the people that can't protect themselves. I mean, I think we will have a responsibility to do that in all manners of life. And I think if we're going to look at technical solutions, it should be solutions that do that in a private way, in a way that doesn't compromise the other things. And I think you can do that without a backdoor. You don't need to read someone's entire text message to be able to stop an image of a child being sexually abused being transmitted. There are solutions out there to do that. And I think we should be focusing, and we should be encouraging our colleagues in industry and our colleagues with resources to do so, to put more effort into doing that. And I think the risk and the concern for our side is we're pushing so much onto the encryption, and for very, very good reasons, is that any technical, the resource, the team that's doing the encryption is significantly bigger than the team is looking at ways of stopping child abuse getting into those systems. And I think there does need to be a balance there. We do need to make sure we are fulfilling both of those things and not one at the expense of the other. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dan. And I just got a message that we have to finish in 6 minutes. I will give the floor to Stephen, but Stephen, I know that we started with you and we are wrapping up with you. If you can wrap it up in a sort of a tweet, that would be great, because then I'm going to bring a reporter. Stephen, the floor is yours. I'll bite briefly. I'm sorry about that.
That's okay, I'll be brief. So I guess just reacting to some of the discussion, I mean, I think there seems to be good agreement that, backdooring crypto at the algorithm level is kind of like not a good idea. Vittorio, I think, suggested maybe thinking about the same thing at the service level in some sense. And I think that also turns out to be not a good idea, because typically we layer services upon services upon services, and down at the bottom somewhere there's a crypto algorithm, but you're using TLS or you're using some kind of instant messaging service, and you're building something else on it. So there's lots of side effects if you try and do the access to data at services level either. What I do think is maybe hopeful is that I think, as Jan was kind of saying, I think that the law enforcement agencies are getting more technically savvy these days and understand these issues better. And a couple of years ago, I would have said I had no hope that there was a possibility of having an open requirements discussion with law enforcement. But maybe that's starting to become less hopeless. And I do think that there is an opportunity there if we could somehow do it, is because we can never really discuss signals intelligence requirements because those guys just want to break everything, right? And they don't have to abide by any laws essentially outside their own country. But law enforcement, I think, typically do have a bunch of requirements that they can kind of better enunciate these days. And it might be time that we can have this open discussion. It has to be an open discussion. It has to be an open discussion where the results are amenable to implementation by open source. So there's a bunch of constraints, both from the requirements, law enforcement requirements side, and from the laws of physics, what's possible with technology in this century side. But again, I guess I finished being a little bit more hopeful than I was a couple of years ago, that discussion might be something that could be had now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Thanks to everybody for this absolutely fantastic discussion. Thanks to Andrew and Diego for putting this together. And the last thing, Boris, the floor is yours for the messages. Please stay with us.
Hello, my name is Boris Wanian, and I'm a Geneva Internet Platform rapporteur. The Geneva Internet Platform is the official reporting partner of the EuroDIG, and we're providing key messages and session reports from all workshops. I'll now present the messages from this session, and the report will be posted on the GIP Digital Watch Observatory shortly. Kind reminder that the messages will be available for additional comments, and EuroDIG will provide more detail on that. My message number 1 is, the focus of discussion should change from regulation of encryption to the requirements that should exist, and this will also be beneficial from the law enforcement perspective. Unless there is strong objection to this, we will consider that there is rough consensus on the messages. The second message is false framing and false dichotomies around encryption, privacy, security should be avoided. Terms and concepts need to be better specified to avoid misunderstanding and inconsistency around their use. Third message is, trust in encrypted communication is necessary in a democratic society, but it will be undermined by simple access of authorities to encrypted messages. This would be the end of free communication. It will not prevent criminals of encrypting their communication in unbreakable way, but it will weaken everybody's encryption. Solution cannot thus be worse than the problem. And the fourth message is proper and better multi-stakeholder engagement to consider the consequences of technological advances is needed. At EU level, concrete actions need to be taken to ensure formal structures for such engagement and to overcome the existing divide of frameworks and scattered discussions and debates. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Boris. And we have 2 more minutes left. And in these 2 minutes, of course, I will give 1 minute back to your lives. I would like to thank everybody yet again, everybody who wrote on the chat, everybody who spoke at this session. Unfortunately, it was very short and we had a lot of discussions. Well, it was an absolutely fantastic hour and 9 minutes. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you. And see you later at EuroDIG.
Thank you. Great session.
Thanks a lot. Have a nice day, everyone. Bye.
You too. Thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi all, good afternoon. So let's start this session. I will say a couple of words, and then we will start. I will give the floor to the moderator. Let me read the session rules. Sorry for, I should not have dropped the screen. Okay, these are the session rules that I must remind you about. Please enter with your full name. To ask a question, raise hand using the Zoom function. You will be unmuted when the floor is given to you. And when speaking, switch on the video, state your name and affiliation. The chat will not be stored or published. Do not share links to the Zoom meetings, not even with your colleagues. Let me now give the floor to Vlad Ivanets, who is the moderator for this session. Vlad, you have the floor.
Yes, hello everyone. I'm really happy to be here today in order to discuss some digital addiction issues. And I will just give a short introduction about the event, and then we will continue with our key speakers, and also we will have a discussion. But first of all, if you watch us on the YouTube, please put your thumbs up and follow the channel. So we know that the problem of digital addiction has been discussed in a way too much, but during the last 1.5 years, we've been learned much more, and we really faced the problem of let's call it digital addiction, but I know that the scientists do not like to use this term. They more prefer to use something like overuse or addictive use of the internet. But anyway, we call it digital addiction, and we know it as a digital addiction. And this problem mostly links and touches the younger population, children mostly, who learn in the school or study at the university. And during the last year, we were all in a kind of a global project on distance education and e-learning. And children and students really faced this problem, as well as their parents. And we also want to discuss this issue as well. We know that COVID-19 somehow reflected to the usual life of all society, and it really made a tremendous impact on all aspects of global community, including education, digital content consumption, and mental health. The workshop is aimed at identifying the best approaches to manage internet traffic consumption among children who spend all day between a computer display and a smartphone screen. And we're also trying to find a way out to make the digital sphere, the internet, the more safer and better place. So the whole discussion will be divided into 3 sections. The first one is digital addiction. What are the main concerns over the impact of digital technologies on the adolescent psyche? The second one is safety and mental health. Yeah, here they are. How can social networks and online platforms modernize their work in order to make cyberspace a safer and better place? Challenges and opportunities of distance education. Where is the borderline between accessible and efficient e-learning and the ever-increasing time spent online? So I just checked my phone and discovered that during the last week, I spent too much time on my phone, and I will share my screen right now, but I want our audience to do the same. Yeah, so if you know how much time you spent online, please let us know. And I would also, unfortunately, I feel that I cannot add the file, but anyway, it was too much. So please let us know your numbers. Yeah, and I will also present our key speakers. So we have with us today Petr Safronov from Russia. He is Educational Methods Coordinator at the Letova School. He's also professor at the Free Moscow University, and he's also an author of Udalenka, a podcast, which means remote education. We also have Artur Modlinsky. He's a crew member of the European Foundation of Human Development, also researcher at the Center of Artificial Intelligence and Cyber Communication Research, as well as professor at the University of Lodz. We also have and Artur comes from Poland. We also have two key speakers from the United States, and thank you that you find the way out to make it at the early morning. So they are Christelle Lavelle, Senior Content Strategist at the Digital Wellness Lab at Boston Children's Hospital, Child Development Expert at Mediatrix Incorporation, and also co-author of the Ask the Mediatrician podcast. Yeah, and Jill Kavanaugh, librarian at the Digital Wellness Lab as well. She's also Knowledge Program Librarian at the Center of Media and Child Health, and also manager at the Clinic for Interactive Media and Internet Disorders. So I think we are ready to start. So please, Petr, I think we will start with you. Yeah, so give us please an impact on the situation with digital addiction or educational system in Russia. And Petr, you can also share your screen with us.
Yeah, hello everyone. Again, it's really good to be here with you today. I hope that you can see my screen. I'd like to start with some data of the International Telecommunications Union. You would easily see that basically not all generations in the post-Soviet space have equal access to the internet, and even the younger generations are far away from getting the 100% broadband access to the internet. So the situation here in Russia is not the situation of overall internet addiction. It is permeated with various discrepancies and inequalities, both in terms of infrastructural shortages and poor ICT skills. Many of those who are online, as you would easily see from this map, are lacking some basic ICT skills, and the situation is relatively bleak, not only in older generations, but with younger ones as well. So having the situation when not everyone is online, and those online have rather poor ICT skills, what's the heck in talking about internet addiction? I would say that the actual challenge here in Russia, as well as in many other post-Soviet countries, is twofold. For rural areas, for girls, for educators working with vulnerable populations, especially in remote areas, the most pressing issue is currently much greater internet access. So what we need in this case is targeted federal and regional financial support, both for learners and teachers, as well as federal and local NGOs training activity aimed at explaining how to use, say, YouTube or messengers in order to create safe spaces for online learning and somehow compensate shortages in terms of learning that arise from poor resource management on site. And the other, I would say, track is for dense urban areas and for those one who are lucky enough to enjoy stable broadband access and enjoy relatively high level of ICT skills. In this case, we do need to build some efficient e-learning strategies. And I would say that the milestone for this development would be peer-to-peer collaboration and development. We do have lots of issues coming from federal government in terms of maintaining a certain level of unity of the educational space here in Russia, but we lack trust coming from teachers in terms of the overall outcomes of any possible programs coming in a top-down manner and imposed on their actual practice. What we also need is to understand that when teachers are becoming users of digital tools and digital platforms, they're transforming themselves into researchers. In most cases, today, scientific research is largely unknown to those who are being researched, and teachers in Russia are regarding research as something that is very, very distanced from their actual practice. So more sustained effort in terms of developing action research and developing understanding amongst teachers that they're their own researchers would be a possible solution in terms of both providing more well-being, digital well-being for their kids, for their students, and for themselves and as well. Otherwise, we're getting closer to the situation of finding ourselves without proper support and without a due understanding of any means to help ourselves in terms of building better learning communities and better communities of practice in terms of using digital instruments. That probably would be all that I'm ready to say right now, and be happy to answer your questions and comments later on. Thank you, Vlad.
Thank you. So yeah, as we see, almost half of the population do not have access to the internet yet, and the numbers are enormous. But to drive it to be to more global level, I would also point out that lots of international students are also suffering from the e-learning and distance education, and here's a survey about that issue. So they say that they are not satisfied because they paid a huge amount of money, but they did not have chance to go to the campus or to meet with their peers or teachers. And also, the temporary migrants also suffering because lots of them lost their jobs during the pandemic, as well as some people experienced verbal racist abuse because of their Asian appearance. And all of this also, I think, has the impact on the digital addiction, as we call it. So yes, now I'm ready to give the floor to Arthur to share his experience. Hello, Arthur. The floor is yours.
Hello. Thank you, Vlad. I'm very happy to have a chance to present you my the short reflection I have in the area. The first of all, when Peter mentioned about such the things that, for example, the half of a population has no access into the internet, it means, of course, that the half of a population is excluded from some kind of the participation in the society. However, when I observe how people and students, how people in the companies and students are working right now. The other problem, the other side of the coin is, first of all, the fact that people who have the access to the internet, they're constantly compared to each other. And this kind of phenomena is developing really, really fast, because before the internet, well, we used to have, as human beings, we used to compare ourselves with our close friends or a family member. Now we have the access, well, to people around the world. And very often it happens that people who are really skilled and very talented, they compare themselves with other people from the world, and they believe they have no chance, for example, to send a CV to some great company or to apply for the university that is really in the top. So this is one of the problem that I observe. The second is so-called social scoring, a trend that is developing really rapidly in China, and it's some kind of, well, we may say the program of, the program that influence, generally speaking, our chances of being included into the society, because there is a system which compare if we're making the things that are approved by the regime or not approved, and we got positive or the negative points for this. In other words, once again, people are comparing themselves, and they may be excluded from some kind of the activities because of, well, generally speaking, the activities they take. And the third area is something what I called the tracking algorithm. So I observed that, well, people are overwhelmed with technology that is, we may say, the tracking oriented. It means we have the algorithms, we have the cookies, we have the cameras, and generally speaking, when I talk to the employees, they start to be panicked if they are really observed by the companies they work in, what company know about them, what company doesn't know about them. And sometimes when I talk to the people from the medicine and generally speaking from, for example, who are working as the psychiatrist or people who take care for psychological aspects of our life, they observe such things like, for example, a cyber paranoia. So people really believe they're traced, they track everywhere from each possible side. It is also linked with with the tiredness, with depression, and in other words, we cannot talk about well-being anymore, but sometimes the massive waves of technology are provoking something what I call the bad being, because this is something that really people have to follow. Well, generally speaking, to manage how they work on daily basis, how they work in the workplace, how they contact with their friends. So this over control is, well, sometimes such a factor that has really a negative impact on how we work and how we socialize with other people. So to sum up my reflection from this idea, it is of course the case what Peter mentioned, that, well, half of the population is excluded, but another half of the population who is not excluded, they are in some kind of the rat race, constantly comparing to each other, and in consequence, they may have the mental problems in the future because of this kind of the phenomena that occur. So these are my reflections. I'm very open for questions and the insight from your sides. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yes, and I recently also tried to get some more information about this China social credit system, as you mentioned. Yes, and here is another link. Yeah, and it says that if you have low ratings, then you will not be able to get big healthcare on the appropriate level, or you can even lose your chance to, to rent the house, or you are not able to buy a ticket for the bus, for the plane, or for the train. It's crazy, and I would talk about this a bit more later and discuss this problem and the potential of these social ratings and everything. And now I'm ready to give the floor to Jill and Crystal. Yeah, hello. the floor is yours. So please let us know what are you going to talk about today.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to talk a little bit about what we do. And it's very interesting hearing the different perspective in Europe, because obviously the US, while we do have some access to the technology issues and a lot of socioeconomic status issues related to access, generally the majority of our population has access to what we need. So I'm just going to really quickly go through a little bit about what we do. We have the Clinic for Interactive Media and Internet Disorders. It's a multidisciplinary clinic, started a couple of years ago, and we see children, adolescents, and young adults around the ages of 10 to 24, whose media is affecting their social, physical, emotional, or cognitive health and well-being. So we see a lot of kids coming in who are potentially addicted to social media or video gaming or pornography, or just spending lots of time online messaging with their friends or whatnot. We're also a part of a teaching hospital, so we offer fellowships and continuing medical education courses. We train everyone from physicians to social workers to teachers to nurses, school nurses, basically anyone we know who works with this population of children up to young adults. We invite them to reach out to us with any questions or concerns or guidance that they need. We also have our own diagnostic screening tool as part of our clinician toolkit that's available freely online. And essentially our goal at the clinic is to kind of recognize the function of the media in the child's life. What are their motivations for using it? What are the problems and potentials of the use? How best can we treat them? How can we teach them to integrate media into their lives, in a healthy, balanced, mindful way? And we truly take an evidence-based approach. So we rely on the best scientific evidence available, the expertise of our clinicians and team, and the needs and values of the patient and their family, which is very important because every family dynamic is different. Every child, adolescent, young adult is different. So we really tailor our approach to treatment based on the individual. I'm just going to quickly go into a little bit of a history of what we consider problematic interactive media use. So all technology has been accused of being addictive. I was actually digging through some research and found an article from 1954 about television addiction. So, I mean, people have been scared of technology for a very long time. Going through, there's articles about computer addiction in the 1970s. I found an article from 1982 about space invaders obsession. So, I mean, it's been part of the vernacular for a while now. The earliest kind of research that, on the internet addiction as we currently know it was pioneered by Dr. Kimberly Young in the mid-1990s. I'm sure anybody who studied the history of kind of internet addiction will be familiar with that name. The American, and again, this is a very American perspective, which I apologize. So the American Psychiatric Association's Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders the latest version was published in 2013, and it listed internet gaming disorder as an area for further study. So there's a couple problems with that. First of all, video gaming isn't the only facet of this issue. As I mentioned, a lot of people, especially youth, spend time on social media or just communicating or watching porn, etc. And so what was interesting in this version of the DSM-5, it was the first time that they included a substance-related addictive disorder, which was gambling disorder. So this was the first time, a disorder of a behavioral nature was included, because previously and currently, there's a lot of heavy emphasis on the chemical substances such as addiction to alcohol, caffeine, cannabis, tobacco, stimulants, opioids, everything else. And then just to kind of wrap up a little bit more about the history is the World Health Organization, the International Classification of Diseases, the 11th edition, which was released in 2018. They introduced a gaming disorder in their section under disorders due to addictive behaviors. So as you can see, there's been a slow movement towards actually kind of officiating like a diagnosis. And so the addiction versus disorder, as I mentioned, the research, has a heavy emphasis on focusing on this as an addiction. But there's a lot of debate on whether what we're seeing is a true addiction or a disorder. And for us in our clinic, in our lab, we see it as a disorder, which is more of a collection of symptoms. And one thing I find fascinating is there's this lack of consensus in the research community around terminology, but I keep a list of all the nomenclature that exists surrounding this topic. And I currently have 65 different terms, and people are calling it everything from social media addiction to problematic mobile phone use, pathological video gaming, binge watching addiction. So there's people who are really trying to take these different facets of the technology and media and kind of create their own little niche, saying this is where the addiction lies. And so again, at our clinic, we think of problematic interactive media use as a disorder akin to binge eating disorder. So anyone familiar with binge eating disorder, it's basically the overuse of a necessary resource. So just as we can't go without food, in our modern society, we can't go without technology. So as you'll see, we don't promote abstinence from technology whatsoever. And just some of the comorbidities and risks. So based on our clinical expertise, we see youth presenting with at least one other mental health issue or a developmental disorder. So common ones are ADHD, which is attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, social anxiety, generalized anxiety, depression, and youth who are on the autism spectrum disorder, or on the autism spectrum. So these youth show up at our clinic, usually with their parents or caregiver in hand, and they tend to already have one of these in combination with a digital media use problem, or we diagnose them with one of these existing conditions. So in regards to some of the symptoms that we're seeing, obviously a lot of the times we get parents coming in saying, my son's playing video games 14 hours a day. I can't get him to go to sleep. I can't get him to go to school. So that's definitely one of the major signs, is the amount of time spent with digital media. But the other kind of symptoms include, like, how is it affecting their lives? So, are they spending more time alone in their rooms? Are they missing school? Are their grades dropping? Are they not taking care of themselves? Are they having trouble sleeping? Are they sleeping longer? Are they sleepy during the day? Are they being secretive about what they're doing online, or hide their phone when you walk by? Have they given up hobbies and interests that they previously had and have replaced those with their digital media use? Are they irritable or hostile or just angry in general? So again, these youth present to our clinic, and then we kind of have to go through the official diagnostic criteria to kind of figure out how best to kind of categorize these youth. And just as there's over 65 ways to refer to problematic media use, there's just as many validated screening tools. So these are created by researchers and clinicians throughout the world. Some are very broad, some are more tailored, such as the binge watching disorder scale and measure. So there's a lot out there. But in our clinic, we have, as I previously mentioned, our in-house screening tool. We have basically a short form for a parent and short form for the child or adolescent, basically asking them about their media use and a bit of a health history survey. And we really try to focus on, at least in our little kind of screener, any issues around sleep, socializing, and school, because we find most of the youth who come into the clinic have at least one, if not all three of those issues as a result of their digital media use. And then the other major screening tool we use is the Internet Addiction Test, which was created by Kimberly Young, and she also has the parent caregiver version. And we also use a couple of screening tools that are not specific to digital media. One is the Personal Wellness Index, and one is the Behavior Assessment System for Children. And again, they just kind of help us tease out more about what could possibly be going on in a child's life. Okay, so then my last point, the treatment. So our clinicians really take a multi-pronged approach. First is we do use some medication, but these are addressing like the issues that are already existing and to alleviate some of those symptoms and comorbidities. So we use medication to treat the underlying ADHD, the underlying anxiety, or the underlying depression. We don't use medication to treat the internet addiction. We basically kind of get to the root of what the child's experiencing as far as other mental health issues. And then the bulk of our treatment is psychological, and it focuses on, again, creating a healthy balance. We don't promote abstinence from media because, again, it's a necessary resource. They need it for school. They need it for socializing. So what we have done is we've created a treatment manual called the Media Use Treatment Manual. And it's a combination of dialectical behavioral therapy, cognitive behavioral therapy, and motivational interviewing. And it's basically a combination of trying to get to the root of what else is going on in this child's life, addressing, are there any safety concerns at home? Are they in a safe environment? Are they being bullied? Are they being cyberbullied? We really try to encourage them to find the motivation within themselves to make these changes and to ask themselves, why are you spending 14 hours a day video gaming? Could there be a reason why you're doing that? Another big thing that the treatment focuses on is modifying the parent and caregiver behaviors. So a lot of times, parents come in and they say, I just don't know what to do, or I threw his iPhone in the garbage. And it's like, okay, no, we need to kind of address what are better ways to approach, having conversations with your child, and that will actually affect in behavioral change. Because just trying to tell the child, don't play video games or taking away their console, it's not going to work. So then again, we also focus on reducing any kind of like negative emotions that the child or adolescent might be experiencing, along with any inhibitory control problems. And then basically the kind of final step is, figuring out what obstacles are there for this child or teen to return to a kind of a normal life. If they've been having, cyberbullying issues, do they maybe need to switch schools? Have they been staying up all night playing video games? Then we need to reset their sleep schedule. Have they given up playing hockey to play video games? Let's see if we can get them back in, or if there's another new hobby they want to try. So I know it's a lot of information kind of crammed in there. So if anybody has any questions at all, I'm always available to, kind of answer anything. So I'm just going to throw this on to Christelle now.
Yeah, thanks a lot. It was impressive and truly interesting. So Crystal, are you going to share with us some information from your side?
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Jill. So in addition to the robust clinical care, which Jill just spoke about, the Digital Wellness Lab also offers evidence-based guidance for educators and families. And the best way that we have found to kind of make sure that this is relevant for today's families is to conduct what we call pulse surveys, or in-the-moment surveys. So our most recent pulse survey was conducted and released in March of this past year, so March 2021. And it was really organized around the central question of what have been families' experiences with remote or online learning during the COVID-19 pandemic. And as Jill so aptly noted, and especially hearing everybody else's experience, this is an American survey. So this was done with a nationally representative sample of American parents with children ages 5 through 18. So again, kind of enriching this conversation from the American perspective side, and again, of younger children here. But what we found was actually quite interesting. So the majority of parents reported positive experiences with remote learning. In fact, 62% of them, which was quite uplifting to see. 54% of the parents that we surveyed actually said that they were always or often able to observe their child's remote learning. And we know from robust prior research that anytime you can have a parent involved in the learning experience of a child, even as a positive observer, the learning outcomes are that much more enriched. They get so much more out of the experience than they would if the parent was not positively present. So again, really kind of lovely to see, especially after the pandemic year that we've all just experienced. Digging in a little deeper with more pointed questions, parents reported that the learning helped their child's reading and math skills. However, they did see it as harmful to their child's social and emotional learning, and specifically the development of those skills. So if you take a look, and I apologize that some of these graphics are a little tiny, but the pink represents the hurt that parents were reporting. And we see that with reading and math skills, it's fairly minimal, but with social skills, it jumps to about 32%. And that is largely because parents felt that the kind of analog of screen mediation in the remote learning experience was not as robust as what they would get in person. So they felt that their social and emotional skills were stymied as a result. All that is to say that expertly conducted surveys, such as the one that we did here at the lab, coupled with research from the field, especially from this past pandemic year, demonstrates the importance and value of technology in our society, and also highlights the necessity of balancing technology use with other activities in order to optimize health and overall well-being, which is truly a central tenet of what we're trying to do at the lab, especially in the education portion. So what we endeavor to do is taking these pulse surveys, again, for relevance, as well as the research that we conduct in-house at the lab, and then culling from all of the global robust research that I think all of you are involved in, really taking that wealth of information and translating it and making it accessible for those key stakeholder groups. So as Jill mentioned, clinicians, as well as educators, parents, and the youth themselves. All of these resources, we are very pleased to say, are available for free on our central hub, which is our website, thedigitalwellnesslab.org. There you'll find, again, all of this information as well as our guides. We have everything from holiday guides, especially in demand from last year, as well as our back to school guidance, which I mentioned in our poll survey, and our popular family digital wellness guide, which is all organized by developmental stage. Again, everything is backed by the latest science, and is freely available on our website. Our experts also love to participate in a number of different webinars, academic lectures, publicly available presentations, and we try to make all of these accessible and available, whether they're recorded or just open for registration. And then finally, we are trying to also harness technology for the good. We have a presence on social media, including Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and Twitter. We are really, truly hoping by the end of this year to have an active presence on both Snapchat and TikTok to really garner our youth outreach as well, and to really kind of practice what we preach. So thank you. This is as Jill mentioned, we are happy to give any answers to questions that you may have. And it's been truly wonderful to be a part of this.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. And it's quite interesting because here we have a paradox, because social networks and some online resources that were created in order to make our connection, like to bring it to the new level, actually makes us not so social as we should be. Yes, and you proved it with your nice presentation. Yeah, and I would also like probably ask you, as we know, Instagram and some other platforms try to involve kids in their activities, and they implement the new kinds of applications for kids. And, you know, in US, this is a huge debate around it. So what do you think? Do we really need to create such platforms for kids? Is it harmful or useful for them?
Vlad, is this open for?
Yeah, anyone can answer.
Okay, I'm happy to kind of start off, at least from our perspective or from the lab's perspective, and that is, as you so aptly noted, Vlad, it is definitely a hot topic right now, and we've seen a number of protests, a number of organizations that our lab is associated with has kind of come out against this. And I think the answer is really dependent on how it is done. We know that a lot of young children are already on this space, including Instagram. So it is no secret that they are using these media and technologies, and that they are causing harm. We've seen that in a number of different facets. So if we are able to come up with any kind of application, it doesn't need to be Instagram, but that is done in a way that promotes interaction, that social interaction in a meaningful way, as well as health and well-being, we could see this being a positive. Unfortunately, as I think we're all aware, some companies have been really opaque in their release of information and how these platforms and systems and apps will be developed. But I think there are ways that we can see positive outcomes with this. It just really depends on the development and also the underlying motivations.
Okay, thank you. Any other thoughts? Yes, Peter.
Yeah, I've got a question to Jill and Christel. Apart from the time spent on binge watching or gaming, whatever, would you please name any other 2 or 3 points that would be for you the most obvious signs of growing internet addiction of a child?
Yeah, so I would definitely say if it's affecting their sleep, I mean, that's a big one. If the child is going to bed with their phone, for example, and, texting all night long or using TikTok all night long, that'll be a pretty obvious sign. The child will have difficulty waking up in the morning. They will have sleep latency. They'll have daytime drowsiness. There'll be a lot related to that, because then that kind of starts the cascade of they'll have trouble with school. So if they're too tired to focus during the day or stayed up too late, their grades will inevitably start to drop. So that's why we kind of focus on sleep and then school. And then the last thing that we usually tend to focus on is the social life. Are they, and this is usually kind of more so used in the realm of cyberbullying, because we're finding that, even if a child is experiencing cyberbullying, they'll still spend more time on their phone or on the social media because they want to know. They want to know what's being said about them, or if somebody's created a, an account to make fun of them, they're going to be essentially addicted to their phone because they'll want to know what's going on. So yeah, any change in any sort of social functioning, and related to that again is, discontinuing of activities that they genuinely loved. So we've had children come in who have been like, all-star varsity athletes, and they just one day stopped going to practice and now spend all their time playing video games. And again, that's probably a result of not necessarily the video game, but of an underlying anxiety or depressive disorder that they're experiencing. So we tend to focus on the sleep, the social, and the school.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I also encourage our audience to ask questions, raise their hands if you have any inquiries about the topic. But still there is no questions in the chat, but I see that Vesna shared with us some ideas and some articles. So Vesna, if you're ready to present a bit more about your experience, so please let us know. Yeah, but I'm ready to read the question by Antti that he sent a bit before. So his question is, there are many differences in how different cultures see the use of devices. For example, in many Asian countries, the reported prevalence of digital addiction is many times higher than in Europe. This has been explained by some through arguing that this is less tolerance towards excessive use in some Asian cultures compared to the European ones, for example. So what do you think about the digital use, excessive digital use in different countries? Does it really differentiate that much? Anyone can answer? Yeah, Artur, please.
Thank you, Vlad. It's really very interesting question. Where I observe this trend when we have students from, for example, Japan and China, with their intention to use the devices. They're really oriented into the various web pages and various sources. It's like a natural part of their being, and when we consider Japan, that is developing we may say the Society 5.0 phenomena since years, decades, with the social robots, they're really spread they're really spread everywhere. It's like a natural part of the being, the part of the society to use the robots, to use artificial intelligence, to make technology in such a way that this is natural part of our being. I do not have any data if people who are living in such countries, they're more or less addictive to the technology. This is probably some kind of the challenge. I observe that they use technology in different way, different manner that we do it, for example, in Poland. So this is a difference for sure. However, I don't know if this kind of a difference is really like it is a symptom, or it provides some symptoms of being technology addicted or not.
Okay, any other comments on this question?
One thing I just wanted to add, yeah, definitely in the Asian countries, generally, this is a generalization, obviously, they recognized or started to discuss the topic of internet addiction or gaming addiction much earlier than, say, for example, in North America. So they've been, they have treatment centers that are essentially boot camps where they send the children off to, do some sort of like wilderness therapy, or they're absolutely removed from the situation where they have any access to the internet or video games or whatnot. There's some questionable results of that, whether that actually helps or not as a treatment method. But I think it's the higher prevalence is just that it's been more common in places like South Korea than in, say, the United States in the past couple of decades.
Yes, thank you. And I also see some questions from Sylvia. Sylvia, please, if you could unmute yourself, could you please read your questions out loud? That would be great. Yeah.
Hello everybody. I'm Sylvia from Poland, from Euroforsat. I would like to pose two questions to the keynote speakers. The first one relates to the problems that you have been discussing about social exclusion and access. What would you like to suggest to counter those problems? Like, from one side, the social exclusion of young people, our students or workers, and on the other side, how to improve the equality and quality of access for everybody. And the second question is about the overload of internet working that we all are subdued into. Do you think that companies or universities or stakeholders in general should raise some programs to raise awareness about the potential issues that the overload of internet can cause at mental health or also general health to people? Thanks a lot. I think I finished my intervention.
Yeah, thanks a lot. So anyone?
If I may drop a line, well, I would strongly support the idea that the importance of corporate social responsibility plays a huge role in terms of providing social access. So apart from federal governments and NGOs, we should not forget about the role businesses, local businesses, and others might play in terms of providing access. And the second point would be the programs for ongoing professional development for teachers and for educators in general, because I would suppose that rather often we distrust or we fear something we don't understand completely. So sometimes the problems with blaming kids for their real or not so real digital addiction comes from the very fact that educators do not understand what is actually going on. And sometimes we just don't understand what actually happens between kids when they're interacting online, including the cyberbullying issues that Jill's mentioned.
Thank you. Yes, Arthur, please.
Thank you, Sylvia, for the questions. Well, I will try to answer the first one. Yeah, generally speaking, I believe that we really need a new model of education. And this is not only the case of Poland, but this is a global case. Well, observing how young people, what they're doing at school, sometimes I believe that we stay really at least 3 decades ago. I really appreciate we have a lot of literature, math, biology, chemistry. It's really great, but still we have very little non-formal education. We have little lectures or really little workshop. There are links, for example, about the civil society, how to function in this digital society, how to work in this case. So I believe that this is something what we should well somehow refeed or modify in such a way that we pay attention to the challenges that these young people will face in the future, because this will be for sure the digital challenges. Well, I observed a few years ago a model in I believe it was Uruguay, when they bought for each child they bought a computer. Instead of investing in some well, we might say the social action, they did it, and well, what they made, maybe it was not perfect, I do not know the details, but somehow they identified the challenges that we will face. And I believe we should all follow some kind of the model of the challenges, not to look just into the past. The past is beautiful, but past is past. We should focus on what is now and how the world, education, work, social responses, social relationships, how they will look like in the future. So this is probably something I would recommend to imagine what is the future of our society and what kind of education these young people need in their schools.
Yeah, thank you. And putting it a bit further, can we create this new educational system, but also to save the kids at least sometimes away from the screens, or it's impossible, like we'll have more e-learning and less screen time, or it's, yeah, Art, please.
Okay, I will try continue with few words. Well, yes, because it's just the way how we think about combining digitality and well, the challenges that we have. Well, I observed, for example, the game, like it was in Poland, it was very popular, the Pokemon Go, something like this. The children were collecting some points. Okay, right, it's still not super healthy from the point of view of the mentality. But they had to go out. They have to converse, they have to run, they had to be involved in some kind of activities. I believe that we can take this perspective to learn people, for example, to talk with each other, to gain some knowledge also from the older people. Like this is probably a way to combine the two ways in such a way that, for example, games, some kind of workshop we have, they combine both digitality and social oriented activities.
Okay, thanks a lot. So if anyone in our audience has question, please raise your hand or leave your questions in the chat. Yeah, and if we come close to the end of our workshop, I think that we need to probably put some recommendations or create some, I don't know. My question is, who should be blamed for the situation that we created? Platforms that attract children and adults, obviously, or these are the governments who do not supply schools and institutions with the good equipment and tools, or who could it be, and what do we want from them to make the situation a bit better? Yeah, Crystal, please.
Sorry, Vlad, I'm unable to raise my hand, so thank you for seeing my actual hand. I think that dovetails nicely actually with Sylvia's question, or the last portion of her question. And I think something that we are really working towards and striving for at the lab is really to move away from this idea of kind of blame and shame, and really understanding that, you know, this is where we are. And I think, Archer, you mentioned that this is the reality, this is where we are, and we have to kind of take it where we are. If you look at industry, you know, it is, when you talk to them, I don't think that they wanted this to occur in terms of the negative health outcomes. They want to have a consumer base that is healthfully using their products to a certain extent, because that keeps them alive and their consumers are actually using the products. So I think we really need to move towards, what does the science say about how to best utilize these products, these platforms, these applications in ways that optimize health and well-being? And how can we, again, going back to Sylvia's question, how can we then say we need to raise awareness that these are, there are things that are built in that are actually harmful, and can we get rid of those things within the design itself? Or can we, going back to, I think, Peter, what you said about kind of media literacy education, say that we need to integrate that education into our school systems so that we as consumers, as patrons of these platforms, know how to best utilize these technologies for ourselves. So I really think it's a holistic approach. It's not just one entity. It starts with us, it goes to industry, it also goes to education as well as governments. So it is very nuanced, and it's going to take a lot, but I think even just fostering this kind of conversation and making real actionable change working together can be helpful on that front.
Yeah, thank you. Jill, please.
Yeah, I mean, Christelle summarizes everything I want to say in a much more elegant way, but basically these kids, they're going to use it regardless. So that's the thing. This is the new normal. So we really just have to focus on mitigating harm, because they're going to continue to use something like TikTok, for example. And I spend a lot of time on these apps and trying to figure out what's popular, how is it being used. And I see so many amazing social connections happening. I also see a lot of garbage. So, I mean, it is, you know, it can go either way, but the fact that there are good things happening on this app, a lot of like social justice, you know, promotion, a lot of like friendship building, a lot of like sharing of skills. I mean, it's amazing to watch these young people just master this app and do great things with it. But then it's also very devastating to watch the other half who are just use it for just not great things. So, you know, I think if we try to promote, you know, the youth who are using it in more healthier ways and try to focus on that and try to mitigate the harms, you know, of the bad use as much as possible, I think that's really what we have to do.
Thank you. That's great. So if anyone has last addition or replic notion, so please go ahead.
Now, I would say that we definitely need more comparative international research on all those issues. And it's not definitely it's not about the States or Russia or Poland. It's our common problem, and we have to treat this this way. And I would completely agree with this no blaming and no shaming idea. Well, the thing is not about shaming someone, kids or teachers, whoever. The thing is about trying to build really evidence-based approach to all this really complicated issue. And since it's about evidence, then we have to provide teachers and parents and kids themselves with some research competences, both in terms of understanding their own digital behaviors and helping others to provide less harmful and more productive ways of behaving themselves in the internet environment.
Okay. Yeah, anyone else? Okay, no one is no one left. So Boris, if you with us, because we have reporter and he was making some notes from our discussion, and yeah, he will tell us a bit about his role. Yeah, Boris, hello.
Hello, my name is Boris Wynan and I'm a Geneva Internet Platform Rapporteur. The Geneva Internet Platform is the official reporting partner of EuroDIG, and we're providing key messages and session reports from all workshops. I'll now present the messages from this session, and the report will be posted on the GIP Digital Watch Observatory shortly. Kind reminder that the messages will be available for additional comments, and EuroDIG will provide more detail on that. So the key message from this section is that a holistic approach involving businesses, government, civil society, and education system is needed to ensure that online products and platforms are used in a way that optimizes mental well-being. And secondly, more research is needed, and research competencies of trainers in the education system are needed to observe behavior of children on the internet environment. Unless there is strong objections to the messages, we can consider those to be in rough consensus. Thank you.
Yeah, they're all good. No objections at all. And I'm really happy that we gathered together to discuss such important topic. And yes, this problem remains with us. And as we can predict, the digital education and digital literacy will be the concept that we need to implement as much as we can. Yes, and I think that this is on the shoulders of the whole society, not only on this or that stakeholder. I'm really happy to have you here today. Yes, thank you for joining us today. Yeah, so I think we are done here, and have a nice day.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you a lot.
Hi.
See you soon.
Thank you. This is Studio Trieste. Thank you all for having joined. And it was a very good session. Don't forget, sorry, that we have the social event later on in the evening, and please stay around to participate. Thank you and goodbye.
Thank you.
I think they can hear us.
I think
can
they
you hear
can-
you? Us, Roland.
Nadia, can you hear us?
Yes, Sandra and Thomas, we can hear you.
Okay,
Very good.
excellent.
It's good to see you smiling.
Well, it's been an excellent day, and it's very good to see you both.
Same to all of you.
Yes, I see there are still some participants in your room, so let's be quick and keep them. And Andriana from the Geneva Internet Platform, she will summarize the messages of the day in a very condensed form. And then we will do some housekeeping notes and hand over to the evening program. Andriana.
Thank you for the floor, Sandra. Good
to
afternoon.
see you.
Good to see you too. I have to say, last year you stunned the entire community by actually going through with the event online with multiple studios, doing it extremely successfully, and you've continued to do it this year. I'm in awe. My congratulations. There's still another day, but I'm sure that it will go just as well as today went.
Thank you very much. It's indeed quite an effort to connect all these studios across Europe, and we are trying to be better than the football community is.
50 million times less resources, of course.
Of course. But you're powering through, and that's good to see.
Okay, Andriana, you have the floor now. We will enlarge your video so that everyone, all the studios can basically see you. You will be streamed in all the 3 studios as well as in the amphitheater, so everyone can listen to you, being curious what your messages of the day are.
Thank you. I'll proceed now. Some of the sessions were finished only a few minutes ago, so perhaps I haven't managed to pick up on those messages, unfortunately, but they will be available on the commenting platform. What we discussed today in access and literacy was mental well-being and digital addiction. And among the community's messages is that a holistic approach involving all stakeholders is needed to ensure that online products and platforms are designed and used in a way that promotes mental well-being. But still, there is a need for more research on digital addiction, and this is something that affects all of us every day. So this session was very interesting to follow. On the development of the IG ecosystem, we spoke about digital interdependence, and participants found agreement that specific and targeted regulation is necessary, but that too much emphasis on the EU's regulatory power is counterproductive. European values can be promoted through development of open and interdependent standards within and outside Europe. Still on the topic of development of the IG ecosystem, we spoke about regulating digital services and found agreement that the legislative process and enforcement of the digital services package should tackle specific issues such as enhancing clarity of some obligations, of the geographical application of the package, and of content moderation provisions that could potentially have chilling effects. On human rights, we discussed AI and we discussed human and algorithmic bias. When it comes to AI, we focused on data protection, and it was underlined that the proposed regulations need to go beyond data protection to consider potential consequences and negative impact of the use of AI. And on algorithmic bias, it was noted that equality and fairness are important principles to address bias, but that it's not easy to find an intercultural agreement on some aspects of these principles. The discussions on media and content tackled the EU's copyright directive, and participants found agreement that copyright can contribute to negative trends such as surveillance and control on the internet, and there is therefore a need to combat such a practice and the idea that machines can govern what we can see or read on the internet. When it comes to technical and operational issues, there was only one session today, and it was on quantum technologies. We discussed benefits and challenges. Here are some of the benefits: optimization of operations, machine learning, complex quantum networks, that is quantum internet, but also breaking traditional encryption. Yet there are social challenges such as geopolitical misuse, some sort of an arms race, endangering privacy due to the possibility to break traditional encryption, and disruptions of the job market. And finally, we come to the cross-cutting issues. We discussed data sovereignty, and it was agreed that in developing innovative identification and authentication governance frameworks, we should keep in mind interoperability to ensure consistency in technology standards for the normalization of data, while including the agency and consented use of such data. And then we spoke about encryption, and trust in encrypted communication can and will be undermined by simple access of authorities by encrypted messages. This could mean the end of free communication. It would not prevent criminals from encrypting their communication, but it will weaken everybody's encryption. Solutions cannot be worse than the problem. Sandra, I would stop here. The messages will, of course, be available for commenting on the platform. More details will come from our lovely hosts, EuroDIG, and you will have the opportunity to edit, tweak, to give your comments, agree or disagree, but these are the messages that had rough consensus today. Back to you.
Very much, Andriana. This was very precise and condensed. Great job. And
like
I must
what were used from the Geneva Internet
yes,
platform.
indeed. Without the Geneva Internet platform, it would be much harder to compile our results from the EuroDIG and get the messages ready. So thank you very, very much for cooperating with us also in this year.
It's our pleasure to be here again.
And before we let you go to the magician at 6 o'clock, I'd just like to encourage you to use your inspiration experience. We've had here now a first exciting but also very intense EuroDIG day, full of technology, of connecting people, not just the usual way, but also technically. And given that we will go towards the famous new normal thingy after, hopefully very soon, so hopefully for the next year we'll have a physical component again. We would of course be very interested to see what you will what your takeaways are regarding how to organize such a meeting, what components of the virtual part we should try and keep in the future. Also, what the priorities are given limited resources. We may not be able to organize a Eurovision Song Contest-like thing all over Europe. So what are the things that you would like to keep? How do we manage to do this? So what are the experiences? What worked well? What worked less well this time? So please remember these things, write them down, send them to us, communicate it, also discuss it among yourselves. Happy very interested to hear your feedback. Thank you all.
Yes, indeed. There's not much I could add at this page, but just to reiterate, we need your feedback. EuroDIG was always a place to experiment. We did quite some experiments this year, and we are really eager to hear how that worked for you and what could be kept and what not. Now, in 15 minutes, all the studios will close now. The Studio Belgrade, Studio Bruges, and Studio Trieste, they will close. But Amphitheater will open. So everyone who did register and who is in Zoom should have the access details together, and you will be able to find your way to the gather room. If you don't find your way, you can click. You can actually click on the dummy to the theater. Starts with AAA, dummy, amphitheater. And this, when you click on follow, you will directly automate it to this dummy and then take a seat there, click on X, join the Zoom. And believe me, without meeting the magician today, your life, by meeting the magician today, your life will change dramatically. And this is much more important than the soccer game tonight.
That's what she says, of course.
I had to set up a TV for him in the outside area so that he can watch.
Of course.
So
watch both in parallel. Watch the magician and listen to the football game on the radio.
So I really hope I will meet you in the theater soon here with us. We are waiting for you, and in 15 minutes we will meet the magician there, and I hope to see you as well. And otherwise, enjoy the evening and see you tomorrow and continue the discussion.
Thank you. Bye-bye. See you at 6 o'clock sharp tomorrow morning. Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.